olaba onyiiza olikola kati olowoddeyo wakanodda ku We are live at the Serenity Oval in Kamengo for a practice game between the Italy team and the Uganda A side. My name is Dennis Musali and I'll be doing commentary with Fortunate Alijuna for this particular game. Italy won the toss and elected to bowl first. A delayed start, 33 overs in this particular clash. We had to wait for the sun to come out of the clouds for it to be able to bake the outfield a little bit so that we can get the game underway. But earlier on, here's what happened at the toss. Practice game here at the Serenity Oval in Kamengo between Uganda A side and Italy. At the toss, I have the two captains, Razat Alisha for Uganda, Marcus for Italy, and our umpire for the day, Mr. Juma Gabula. Rizzo will be doing the tossing. Tails is a call. Oops. I give you the trick, Marcus. What are you going to do and why?
We're going to have a bowl first. We batted on Thursday, so we think the best prep is to have a bowl today and have a chase and see what they get.
All right. More stronger team. This time you're facing. What are going to be your plans and what do you think will be a total on such a wicket?
I think we're going to have to assess the conditions again and make sure that we choose the right options. And if we make the right decisions over long periods, we'll be good.
All right. Good luck to you and the boys.
Thank you very much.
All right. Riazat, my bad. I gave the toss away on your behalf, but batting first, you think a good idea?
Yeah, I think if you won the toss, we would bet first. Yeah, because we have a couple of players who is going to bat in the tournament, and we want to give them some chance and some bet in the middle here.
All right. The plans today. What do you think will be a good total?
Let's see. Let's assist after 5 overs. Yeah, it's too early to say. Yeah.
All right. Good luck to you, Rizzo and the boys.
Thank you so much.
That's the news from the middle. Italy have won the toss and they've decided to bowl first. Italy bowling first in this particular clash. Italy played a warm-up game here at the Serenity Oval 2 days ago. They beat the Uganda A side by 60 runs. Today, the Uganda A side has some new players in it, I would like to say, but improved. Raghav Dawani opening the batting with Simon Sesazi. First ball runs on board immediately for Team Uganda. So had a look at the fielder in question. Outfield is still a touch wet, so you'll see a couple of falls from the different players. Grant Stewart opening the bowling for Italy. We'll call that the road end. From the road end, Kevin O'Brien in your frame there has taken the field for Italy. There's a couple of players yet to arrive for the Italian team. Raghav Dawani on strike. Oof. Very good ball there from Grant Stewart. Very good surface, batting surface. Fortunate you've had a look at it. Ball comes to bat on this ground.
Sure, it's a flat track, as a couple of games have been played on this ground and we've seen very many runs being scored on this ground. And matter of the fact, today Grant Stewart is going to give challenge to the Ugandan side as he did in the previous game yesterday, picking 4 wickets.
Full face of the bat there from Raghav Dawani.
He picked 4 wickets at an economy of 1.5, having bowled just 5.3 overs. And it was very good and very economical for his team.
Yeah, I think a lot of lessons are for both teams. And today there's an opportunity even for the Ugandan technical team. Wow, very well left there by Raghav Dawani. An opportunity for the Uganda technical team just to have a look. I think that's why they've had guys like Raghav Dawani and Riazat Alisha crossing over from Jinja to come to Kamengo and, get an opportunity of playing against Italy as well. This is a final warm-up game for the Italians.
A long version of the game. You don't have to go after every ball. You have to first assess the situation, and this is what we are seeing with Dawan.
Again, a very good ball, good areas from Grant Stewart. Raghav Dawani for now can only watch them pass by his outside edge. Not a very long game today because we only have 33 overs. So your aggression and control have to be in equal measure.
I think for the few balls you have to assess the wicket, how it is behaving. Is the ball coming onto your bat? Is the wicket holding? I think that's what Dhawan is trying to do at the moment. But the bowler himself is hitting good areas.
Again, some very good bowlers. Such a top quality over. Top quality bowling from Grant Stewart. Gave away just the 1 run. And the first over ends with Uganda 1 for no loss. And bowling from, I will call it the garden end, will be Hasib Khan for Italy. And will be bowling to Simon Cesars. Still an attacking field here from the Italians. There's a slip in there, a gully. Everyone standing up, including Kevin O'Brien. Fortunate, I'll tell you, I played with Kevin O'Brien at the 2004 Under-19 World Cup in Bangladesh. Today reminded me of a 6 hit against us after I made a lot of noise for him. On the pads, walked away by Simon. Some work to do for the fielder in the deep. Comfortable double for Team Uganda.
That was a pitched up delivery and doesn't give Cesars much challenge. Only works with his wrist and plays it to the fin leg region and snatches 2 runs.
Very beautiful facility here at the Serenity Oval. You can see that on your image. Tucked inside, just off the road, just off the Masaka Highway. Hasibu with the second ball. Completely missed by Simon. Looking at the teams, fortunate who's playing for Italy today. Kevin O'Brien taking the field for Italy in their second warm-up game just before the start of the ICC Challenge League B tournament. Played there by Simon, kept out. Only 2 days away before the Challenge League starts off here in Uganda. Italy, Bahrain and Uganda already in the country. The teams missing Hong Kong, China, Singapore and Tanzania should be here by Monday, and then we'll get the action underway on November the 6th when Uganda takes on Singapore at the Logogo Cricket Oval. Again, good areas from Hasib Khan continues to work for Italy.
The opening dow between Stewart and Hasib is very good for Team Italy. And they are not losing their lane. Everything is right on the money, hitting good lane areas, the 3/4, and it's the thing that we want to do, and you have to do that thing all out through the game.
Lanes into it. Simon doesn't find the gap. That's a good point you make, Fortunate. You need to hit good areas. These are good players, so you need to be able to be very, very consistent hitting those good areas for you not to become easy pickings.
Leaving aside players being good, the ground itself is very small, and if you lose your lane, you're easily hit out of the park.
Simon swing and a miss for him. Another very good over from Italy. Just 2 runs given away. 3 for no loss after 2 overs. Grant Stewart will continue from the highway end and will be bowling to Raghav Dhawani. Good punch through the gap. They'll get a couple. Just one run. Thought about a second, but very good work in the field.
Very good alignment of the ball. The one does no wrong and just goes behind the ball and plays it through the point region and snatches one run. Very good style of play at the moment.
Yeah, outfield is still very, very heavy, so the ball won't race away to the boundary. You need to run hard between the wickets. Oh, played there by Simon again, off the hip. They'll just get the single. You mentioned a good point, Fortunate. It's a very small ground. I literally feel like we are part of the fielders.
And to the left-hander, Stewart is leave alone Cesar's being very good on the body, but that's something that as a bowler you don't have to do or bowl to the body side of the batter. You only have to keep in the middle.
Good line and length again. Effort bowler from Grant Stewart. We want to count the number of times he's beaten that outside edge of Raghav Dawani. But it seems like with Raghav, he's able to find his line, and then he's still struggling with Simon.
I think there is a lot of movement on the ball, given the fact that he's trying to align to the lane of the ball, and again he's beaten outside the outside bat. So I think there is some movement in the
Edgy a bit, but pushed hard. Pushes at it this time, Raghav Dawani, but doesn't find the gap. Good areas from Grant Stewart. That's what you want your opening bowler to do. He has two slips, Gareth Bag and AJ Mosca waiting to catch. So you want him to be challenging that outside edge all the time.
And it is something that is working on, trying to bowl outside off and giving challenge to Dawani.
Wides, extras, rare bad ball there from Grant Stewart. Michael Koth stretches his arms. So far, very tentative approach from the Ugandans. 6 for no loss in 3 overs. Practice game, they say, but you also want to practice some hitting.
And again, it is a reduced over game. You have to do so many things and score many runs.
Kept out by Raghav. I think these are some of the things that Riyazat Open mentioned, that for players like Raghav, they need some batting practice to go out there in the middle, spend some time, occupy the crease. The team won't put any fault on you. They will take whatever you give them, but the goal is to make sure that you spend some time out in the middle.
It is through these warm-up games that you get your touch, that you get your form in. I think it's what Uganda tries to do at the moment.
Top quality shot there from Raghav. This time he finds the gap, and that should race away for the first boundary for Team Uganda.
Very beautiful shot in the end. Very beautiful shot, I might say. Just aligns with the ball. We have to have a replay there. He aligns into the ball and pushes it through the cover region, and the ball races to the boundary. Very good cover drive there. And the score is 10 for no loss after the end of the 3rd over. That's the replay there. Very beautiful shot. Very perfectly timed, and races to the boundary. And that brings the first boundary for Uganda, and it is to Dawan. The start of the 4th over, he goes hard, and there is protection at the mid-off region, and Sesazi is looking very good with the cover drive.
The first shot out of anger there from Simon. Today is very, very cautious. Simon has been leaving the balls on his body. Usually he goes with the instinct when the ball is pitched up on his body. But that's a man who also needs to spend some time out in the middle. Of course, lost his place in the Cricket Cranes team but he's such a fine talent. He just needs to get back his touch, and he should be able to go again. Comes down well, Raghav, but just keeps it out.
The difference between the two bowlers for Italy is that Stewart is hitting the 3/4 length, and contrary to Hasib, who is trying to come and bowl the balls fuller. I think that's the difference in the scores. We saw yesterday having Shakib went for an economy of 5 and Stewart only went for an economy of 1.5.
Upish, but doesn't carry. Yeah, you make a very valid point, Fortune, that you can see the difference. Hasib is really trying to be more attacking, trying to get the wickets in play. And Grant Stewart is just hitting that back of a length consistently. Even the only boundary that was scored him, or that was scored off him, was one that was just short of the length, and then Raghav was able to push through the covers. Overpitched, hit back down the ground. Some work to do for Kevin O'Brien. Goes through his body. They pick a comfortable double.
Kevin O'Brien tries to go for a dive, but on such a hard ground, I don't think he's very fine. Tries to check himself, but it was a very good effort made in the middle there.
Kevin O'Brien, long retired, of course, an Irish legend, but still plays as part of the Legends League. Up in the air, but someone is interested. Won't get close, just falls short of the fielder. Not a clean connection from Raghav, the leading edge, going up in the air. Just falls in front of Zaid.
Dhawan tries to go for a flick on the body, but doesn't get much meat on it, and he just edges it up, and it balloons into the field, and safe enough, he isn't taken in the middle there.
Overpitched again from Hasib. Not a clean connection from Raghav. I think there he'll feel like he missed out on that. End of the 4th over, 15 for Nolos, Uganda. Grant Stewart will continue from the highway end. Every time Grant has bowled to Simon, Simon has been able to pick him up off the body and rotate the strike. Again on the pads. They go up in appeal, but Michael Koth not interested.
Very loud appeal in the middle there. Simon Cesars tries to work on his pad, but doesn't get bat on it. And the umpire says no, it is racing down. It is going down the leg. And Simon Cesars survives that appeal.
Simon could have been a touch worried because it was an interested appeal, not just an appeal. Everyone went up. But Grant Stewart has bowled most of his deliveries to Raghav Dhawani. Again, good areas there from Grant Stewart. If he's confident enough, Raghav, I think he does so well to come down on the ball. Just play a checked drive or go through with the shot. Maybe you could get some rewards. It's not a big ground, so you get value for your shots. Again, good areas from Grant Stewart. Again, an interested appeal from him, but Michael Koth walks away.
tries again to work with his pad, but doesn't tame the ball, and the appeal is up. I think the ball had some movement and would have missed a leg stump, but that was very close.
Can see the Italians there trying to ask whether there was bat in there.
I
What
think
could be the reason why the umpire turned it down?
I think you also had some bat in there.
And good areas from Grant Stewart. Raghav yet to find a way of working out the bowling of Grant Stewart. Grant so far has put him on the back foot. When you get stuck on your crease, maybe then you help the bowler find his mark. You need to find a way of negating that line and length.
Sure, you have to use your feet, or maybe come deep into the crease or come down the crease, but that's something Dawan hasn't had. And again, Stewart has been very good with his lane. He hasn't missed his lane.
Good areas. Bowling to his field, Grant Stewart. Very good stuff. And it's good to see them bowling in partnership. You can see Grant just making sure he dries up the runs and allows Hasib to be the more attacking bowler of the two. Comes down well, Raghav, but straight to Kevin O'Brien, who completes the fielding, and that will be the end of the 5th over. Very, very tidy bowling from Italy so far. 16 for no loss after 5 overs. We are coming to you live from the Serenity Oval in Kamengo. Very, very beautiful cricket ground. Unfortunately, I haven't played here. I don't know if I'm that old, but having an opportunity of even playing a league game here at the Serenity Oval in Kamengo. But Hasib will continue from the garden end. You have enjoyed playing here? Played a couple of games here, I'm sure.
Yeah, sure. I played only one game on this ground, and I was playing for Nyakasura and still play for Nyakasura. And we won comfortably that game. We were playing against Ceylon Lions, and we restricted Ceylon Lions to a total of 113 in an ODI game. And we chased it down in just 13 overs and having lost only 3 wickets.
Big swing, no connection from Simon. How many runs did you get, Fortunate?
I think that game we scored 68 runs.
Not a bad memory of a good ground. Beautiful Serenity Cricket Oval ground. Of course, this is the home of the Ceylon Lions. This is where they play most of their home games. Waits for it, Simon. Good stuff there, and got a hand to it. Gareth Bug, old man about town, like they say, but still has the instincts. Very, very agile in the field. Gareth Bug.
Very beautiful cut shot, cut very hard, but there is a very good acrobatic fielder at the gully region and just stops the ball that would have raced for 4 and denies Uganda a boundary. Very good effort in the end.
Yeah, Gareth Bug has been there, done that for a very, very long time. Such a very good professional. To see him still being able to do these things at over 40, I think him and Franklin Subuga are showing the way for the young ones.
That delivery didn't bounce as expected, and we've not seen a couple of balls behaving unusual. And we don't expect that, but that was very odd.
Again, good areas are from Hasib. You've just mentioned it. Those last 2 balls just never carried the way the other balls have been. So up and down the surface, you need to be careful as well. Yeah, a lot of work to do for Simon and Ragav, just trying to figure things out. From one end, the ball is carrying well to the keeper, and then the other end, the ball is not coming off that.
And this Serenity over is known for its an awkward behavior, having it has much turn in the morning.
Picked up well by Ragav, and that will go for half a dozen. This time he times his flick perfectly, and that flies all the way to the boundary.
That's the replay there. Works around the pad and really perfect sit very well, very nice, and the results are paramount. 6 runs for Dhawan. He has been trying to hit that flick shot a couple of times, but he hasn't connected it. He hasn't been connecting it very well, but this time round he gets it perfectly, and 6 runs for him.
A change in the bowling, a loose ball on that final over, the final 6th over. Uganda 23 for no loss, but a change in the bowling for Italy.
The spinner comes into the attack, and this ground is known for its very big turn in the morning and conditions change in the afternoon. I think it's a very good decision to take at this stage of the game.
Changing the bowling for Italy, Jasprit Singh comes into the attack from the highway end to replace Grant Stewart.
Jasprit Singh was very economical yesterday too, having bowled 6 overs and conceded only 27 runs at an economy of 4.7. Very good left-arm spinner.
Yes and no caller, but they will get through. Hasib Casual allows them to pick up a single. The final over of the power play, 33 over fair. It's the final over of the power play.
I think it's a very good decision that the captain has made at this stage of the game, bringing on left-arm spinner to the right-hander Dhawan, who has got a couple of boundaries, having got a 6, a 4. I think he will give him challenge given the left-right combination. I think it's a very good decision to make.
Backs away Ragav, but doesn't find the gap. The misfield there from Hasib allows them to pick up a single. That took some piece of his knee.
The ball pitched short and gave Dhawan room and time to rock back and cut it hard. That found a point, a gully fielder.
Backs away Simon, and that will fly over the head of the fielder at deep mid wicket. Half a dozen, the half tracker picked up by Simon and creamed for a 6.
Yeah, sorry, the ball is Rakbal Hassan. Rakbal Hassan yesterday bowled 4 overs at an economy of 5.5, having only conceded 22 overs, rather for 22 runs. And this left-hand combination, having a left-hander bowling to the right batter, rather to the left batter, it is not very good. It's not so counterproductive. I think he has to adjust his lines.
Goes again Simon Sesazi, and the result is the same. Half a dozen, half tracker from Rakib, and blasted out of the ground.
Simon is well known for, look at the replay there, rocks back on his back foot and hits it with sheer power and sends the ball to the boundary. He's well known for those shots, log sweeps, pull shots, and he's continuing to do these things today here at Serenity Ground. Very beautiful shot in the end.
Yeah, Simon, we just mentioned it that he really likes to go to that pull shot. Is his instinct shot. Even if you put the whole field there, he'll keep going after the bowling. So it's now on Rakib, the pressure on him to try and come back from this. Yeah, well played there by Simon. Not greedy from Simon. He's already gotten 2 maximums from 2 balls. At least have gotten 14 runs in that over already.
The captain has made some changes, having 2 fielders on the leg side, on the on side, the deep mid wickets and the deep mid on.
Goes again, this time the sweep shot connects and will race away, beats fine leg, beats square leg and races away for a boundary. A good over for Uganda.
Look at the replay there. Tries to go for a sweep shot, perfectly played in front of square, and there is no protection there. Only the guy who is at the boundaries, way far from the square, from the front of square, and Cesars uses his wrist to play the ball there. Very good and intellectual play from Cesars. The score is 41 for no loss after 7 overs.
Hasib Khan will continue from the garden end. Now the power play has ended. You can see Hasib just trying to adjust the field, asking for more protection. The other over went for plenty, went for as many as 18 runs. The biggest over so far for Uganda, so just try and control. Good areas from Hasib. Hasib now, he cannot be very, very attacking because you need to make sure that this over also doesn't become big. Just try and manage this over so that you compensate for the previous over that went for plenty.
Sure, and I think he has to do that. Only 3 fielders are up. The third man, the wide fine leg, and the deep square leg fielders.
Overpitched but hit straight to Kevin O'Brien. Another man who's been there, done that. Just goes to the experience. And good areas from Hasib. Those balls that are bowled full by Hasib, I feel those are the ones that Raghav needs to attack. And the mark of a good player is the player who finds the gap, not the one who hits the ball straight to the fielders.
Sure, you have to do something with those pitched up deliveries because they don't come so often, and having given that chance, you have to really utilize it.
Catch. The chance hit straight to Mosca AJ, and Uganda lose their first wicket. Raghav Dawani with a 10 shot. Catching practice for Mosca. Uganda lose their first.
That's a really beautiful catch. Dawani drops her elbow. Dawan drops his elbow, and there is a fielder short mid wickets there and takes a simple catch. We've seen Dawan trying to go across that lane, dropping his elbows, but this time he doesn't get it real well, and the results are bad for him.
Yeah, Raghav Dawani departs for 16 from 28 balls. Was starting to look very good, but it's giving a simple catch to AJ Mosca. Uganda losing there first. Roger Mukasa will join Simon Cesars out in the middle.
Roger Mukasa in the previous game was very good with the bat, having scored 48 runs off 44. That was a very good knock. I think he's trying to do something, and hopefully today presents another chance for him to prove something and score big runs for himself.
Roger Mukasa Papa got 48 in the first warm-up game against the same opposition. Roger and Simon, the two guys who lost their places in the Cricket Cranes team. You can see Simon is already 23 of 18. Very, very good players. Kasi players, do not be surprised if they are back into that team immediately. So they just need a good run of form for them to be able to get their places back. For the selectors to have more faith in them that they can do it, but they've proved that they can do it.
And these are the games where you have to really prove it, and having been given that chance, I hope they are going to do and prove the point. Simon Sesazi and Roger Mukasa are known for their sheer power, and they are known for their aggression and attacking cricket, most especially Roger Mukasa, and I hope he's going to try and do that because it's his style of play.
Roger Mukasa immediately showing signs of intent. Roger, both very beautiful batters. If they are in their flow, when they start scoring runs, they will play some amazing shots.
Straight away, he starts with a double step but doesn't get it. The ball wasn't in his zone, as you said, Musali, that as a batter you have to mitigate those lanes.
Well played there by Roger. Came down a touch late on that ball, but he's been seated there in the dugout to having a look, and I think he'd made up his mind on how he wants to be able to attack Hasib. 8 overs gone, 41 for 1 Uganda. Jasprit Singh comes into the attack for Italy. Rakbul just bowled that one over and he's been taken out of the attack. Jasprit Singh, left-hand bowler, will be bowling to a left-hand batter. Will take the ball from the highway end. Again on the pads, well played by Simon there with good control, just walks it off his pads. They get a single. Get Roger Mukasa on strike.
Uses soft hands and works across his pad and gets 1 run. We have seen a couple of left-hand bowlers in the Italian side, and Jasprit Singh is another bowler. Yesterday he was very good with the ball too, but didn't pick any wicket. Bowled 6 overs. Bowled 6 overs and conceded 27 runs. He was at an economy of 4.5.
Gets off the mark. Roger Mukasa walks it through square leg. He'll just get the 1 run.
And with that angle of bowling, I don't think there will be an appeal for an LBW because the balls are sliding away from the ball, from the body, and easy singles are taken in the Uganda dugout there, and another run is taken from Jasprit Singh.
Simon goes big and connects well to get a boundary. Good aggression there from Simon.
Very good shot, pitched up delivery, use of the wrist, and hits it in the deep mid-wicket region where there is no protection, and the ball races to the boundary. Very good and very hard intentions.
Yeah, today Simon looking interested. 28 from 20 balls. Needs to play a long inning, and the longer he stays in with the class that he has, the more runs he will be able to score. Inside edge, they scamper through quickly, and that's the thing about Roger Mukasa. He very, very good team man. He will run your runs like as if they are his own. Kept out by Roger.
Very good piece of delivery, back of the lane, and tries to come front and defends the ball. Very good play, and very good play all through the ball and the bat.
Shot down the ground. Vintage Roger Mukasa, and straight into the screen.
Beautiful shot, really, really beautiful, I might say. Straight to the screen. That's the replay. Keeps his elbow up, pitch up delivery, and hits over the bowler's head. And 4 runs in the end. 4 runs for Mukasa. At the end of the 9th over, the score is 52 for 1. Uganda is keeping it tight.
Hasib Khan will continue, who's bowled throughout, will continue from the garden end for Italy. The keeper now standing up for Hasib. Thought of a run there, but I think Roger was not sure whether Gareth Bugg is going to pick up the ball, so he decided to withdraw. Who's playing for Uganda today, Fortunate?
Ugandan side consists of Simon Sesazi, Ragav Dawani, Roger Mukasa, Bran Masawa, Pascal Murungi, Riazat Alishaha, Baguma Joseph Benja, Bilal Hassan, Cyrus Kakuru, Kenneth Waitha, and Musinguzi Matthew.
Well, good shot there from Simon. Waits on the ball and is able to cut it behind point for a boundary.
Some arms on ball, some width on it, and Sesazi does no mistake, graces the ball to the boundary.
Yeah, that's a problem when the keeper is standing up. If the bowler misses their length, then they become easy pickings for the batter. I would say this is not a very big ground. The boundaries can easily be accessed. And then good shot there from Simon. This time hits the sweeper. Good cricket from Simon. After the boundary, you get a single.
Very beautiful cricket in the end. Simon hits a cover drive off the park foot. Very vintage shot, I might say. Very beautiful. It takes class to play such shots. I think Simon is a very good time of the ball, and he plays the ball very late, and that can be seen today in the shots he has played.
And good stuff there from Roger as well. You see Roger really waiting on the ball before he tried to hit it behind point. Just the dive, the ball bouncing kindly for the field at point. If he's able to just hit it on the ground, you give more work for the field at point.
And I think it is the reason as to why the wicket keep is up to the stumps, because the first intent of Roger was to come down the track, and now he has been cut off that option and he's staying down in his deep crease.
Requires to go big. Roger. The ball comes off the inside edge. Field and the deep. Roger there very unhappy with himself. You can see he's always trying to hit the screen.
Tries to go hard on the ball but doesn't time it well. Seeing the fielders are in the middle, the deep, rather the mid wickets, the mid on and the mid off are in the middle. Tries to go over them but doesn't really time the ball well, and only one run got for Roger Mukasa.
Again, Simon agriculture and doesn't connect. Not a bad effort there from him. The ball was outside of stump, and with the field inside the circle, he's trying to access the boundary. 10 overs gone, 58 for 1 Uganda. Jasprit Singh will continue from the highway end. God, Georgia gets onto that quickly. Pulls behind. He has to run quickly, Roger. Started very, very slowly for that second run.
Roger Mukasa picks the lane of the ball early, rocks back on his back foot and does no mistake, pulls the ball to the boundary, but unlucky enough, there is protection and only 2 runs are gotten from that beautiful shot.
The difference there, Roger never pulls in front of square. He always likes to go behind square. This time, the chance for a fielder out there in the deep, but spills it for a 6. Instinct there from Roger Mukasa.
Oh my God, there was a chance of a catch. The setup is really working for Italy but doesn't get enough hands on it and only falls short. But in the end, it's a maximum for Team Uganda. It's a maximum for Roger Mukasa.
Yeah, instinct shot there from Roger Mukasa. Just mentioned he likes to pull behind square, and he nearly fell for the trap. Fortunately, Grant Stewart spills it for a 6. Leading edge, and this time it's taken. You live by the sword, you die by it. Roger Mukasa can only find the fielder, and will have to depart for 14.
Really unfortunate for Roger Mukasa after hitting a beautiful shot. Look at the replay. Chopped on delivery with no pace on the delivery. And there is a faint touch, a faint catch in the end. And Mukasa departs. He premeditated the speed of the ball, which had no speed on it, like the previous deliveries were. And Mukasa departs.
Yeah, a cameo from Roger Mukasa, who departs for 14. Was starting to look good, but unfortunately, Jasprit Singh had other ideas. Uganda lose their second wicket, and the captain was at Alisha joined Simon. Ooh, fast, good ball there. Effort ball from Jasparat Singh. Whistles past the outside edge of Riyazat Ali Shah. So very good balls to get when you've just come in, feet not yet moving.
That's a very good way to send a message. The new batter is up, the new batter is on the crease, and you have to intimidate him in any way possible you can. And that's what Jaspreet Singh is doing at the moment.
A play there by Riyazat Ali Shah. This time comes down on the ball well. That should give him some confidence. Comes out of the middle of the bat.
I think Riyazat Shah is trying to answer the problem that Uganda is facing. We've seen the 2 wickets falling for Uganda. All of them have been a courtesy of dropping the early ball, losing the shape. And Riyazat Shah is quite known for his straight bat stroke play. I think he can hold up until the last moment.
Overpitched, no connection from Rizu straight to the fielder at mid-off. Good over there from Jasparat Singh. Picked up a wicket, went for a couple of runs, but importantly picked up the big wicket of Roger Mukasa. After 11 overs, Uganda 66 for 2. Changing the bowling, the experienced Gareth Kyle Bug comes into the attack from the garden end. Buggy into the attack and clipped off the hips by Simon.
Simon has really been good on the balls on his body. He hasn't made any mistake on it, using very good wrists that he has been blessed with, and squeezes the ball to the boundary where there is protection and only gets 1 run. Very good use of wrists.
Off the back foot, good fielding, good pick up and throw. Riyazat Ali Shah was casual with the running. He was nearly caught out, but he gets off the mark with a simple dab into the covers.
That's not the best way to get off the mark, where you've been really sent to run hard, but nevertheless he gets 1 run. But
ooh. Sweaty palms from Simon, the bat twisting in his hands.
bat on it, he tried to go back and hit it through the covers, but doesn't get any bat on it, and it's a dot ball. Very good delivery, very good line hit there.
Again, Simon this time has been getting inside the line and works the ball off his hips very well. The team Italy today, who's playing for Italy, fortunate as Buggy continues to go through his first over.
Today's Italian team comprises of
captain for Italy, Marcus Campapiano, Gary Mead, Hasib Hakan, Anthony Joshua Mosca, Emilio Gay, Gareth Berg, Grant Stewart, Jesprit Singh, Rakibul Hassan, Zain Ali, and Mith Kosala. Very well played there by Riazat Ali Shah. Very, very good way of rotating the strike, just angling the bat so that you can be able to beat the field at point.
Some pace on the ball, you don't have to do much with it. You just have to squeeze the ball in the right areas, just get the bat on it and use the wrist, and the results speak for themselves. Another single for Riazat.
Yeah, a lot more defensive Italy against Simon, so they have two fielders, both long off and long on. Takes off the pace there, Gareth Berg. That brings an end to the toss over. 70 for 2. Uganda A won the toss. Uganda A was asked to bat first by Italy, who won the toss. Italy, the captain Marcus Campampiano, mentioning that they had an opportunity of batting on this surface. So this time they wanted to bowl first, try and see how they can be able to work around on a small ground against a very good batting team. Jasprit Singh will continue from the highway end, the highway that passes by the Serenity Oval, takes you all the way to good areas there from Jasprit Singh. This is a highway that continues all the way to Kigali, Rwanda and Burundi.
Jasprit Singh is asking Riazat to play from the front foot. Maybe we see some fielders in short cover region. I think if he doesn't get it right, he might loop it to the cover region. But Riazat is very good with his stay.
Very well done. Straight to Gareth Berg. You can see clearly Italy have a plan. They've stayed up, especially against Riazat Alisa since she's just come. They haven't dropped fielders, even if the power play is done. So they're trying to tempt Riazat Alisha to try and play over the top. If you connect, it's okay. But if you don't, then they will have you. And very well played there by Riazat Alisha.
Very tricky lanes to bowl to. Very tricky lanes to play as a batter. And thus proves a point that Riazat is not getting off strike after facing 3 deliveries.
Takes off the pace, just worth saying. Intelligent bowling. You batter yourself fortunate. What would you do if you were that Alish out there in the middle?
Yeah, the ball is challenging Riazat by hitting a very good lane, which is the 3/4, but the wicket keep is down. I think I'll try to use my feet, or even I see the point at the 30 yard. The third man is at the boundary. I just drop the ball and get off strike.
Okay, no way through for Riazat Alisha, straight to the field at point. And you can see after 4 dot balls, Jasprit Singh just made a change in the field. They bring up the third man, and then they drop someone at long on. So they're clearly just trying to protect the over. Very well done. A very good over there from Jasprit Singh. He's been toying with the Riazat Alisha's mind and is able to bowl a maiden over. 13 overs gone, 70 for 2, Uganda A. Baggy will ball his second over from the garden end. He bowled a very tight first over. Effort ball from Gareth Bag, but I think that will be adjudged as a wide. Too high.
Even there was no pace on it. Maybe try chop it. Slower bouncer. But the results don't come in his way.
Yeah, they've sort of feel they've set for Simon. Clearly they want to try and induce him into a hook shot. That side of the ground is the bigger side on this particular ground. So you need to make sure that you get everything of that ball if you're going to power it over the fielders. So there's a deep mid wicket, and there's also someone at deep square leg just waiting for anything that could come off. Again, good areas from Gareth Bag.
Simon is a very good use of the feet player who uses his feet, maybe go back, rock back to the crease, come down the track. But today we haven't seen him coming down the track, but he has been using his crease very well. If the ball is bounced short of the lane, he goes deep into the crease, either pulls or drops where there is some crucial gaps in the middle there.
Simon and this time the umpire agrees. Juma Gabala raises his finger and Simon has to depart. Was jumping around his crease, didn't make any connection with the bat, and he will lose his wicket. LBW 36 for him.
That's the replay there. Covers the lane of the ball, tries to work around its pad. He has been very good with that shot, but this time he's not lucky enough. He becomes a culprit of his own, and he departs.
Simon, a very patient 36 from 32 balls. But he was jumping around his crease. Never made some good connection on the bat. And Gareth Bag breaks the partnership. Kenneth Weiss joins Razat Alisha out in the middle. Baggy will bowl to Kenneth Weiss. So Kenneth Weiss with good memories of playing against Italy in the last Challenge League. He was player of the match. But 2 years later, a lot of things have happened. Hopefully he can still have good memories of playing against Italy. And he'll be facing Gareth Bag first up. Very, very attacking field for him.
It's a very good field setup. Having a new batter in the crease, you have to do so many things, and you have to not allow him come into the game or build an inning. You have to attack, and this is what Italy is doing.
Good ball there from Gareth Bag. Some effort in that. And Kenneth Weiss right behind it to just keep it out. Another man who needs some time out in the middle, Kenneth Waiswa. Didn't get so many opportunities to bat in the warm-up games against Bahrain. Maybe this is another opportunity. A long way to go in the game. As many as 19 overs after this one. Oh, chance. And that races to the boundary past the diving Gary Mead.
Oh my god, that was really close. Tries to squeeze it through the cover region but doesn't get anything on it, only an edge, and he gets lucky. The keeper doesn't dive and get the glove on it, otherwise it was very lethal for Kenneth Waithwa, who has just walked in. Nevertheless, runs are runs.
This time very well played by Kenneth. They say, fortunate that in the book they write 4. No one is going to say age. But the good thing in that shot is that he used his soft hands. If he had pushed at it, could have easily carried to the keeper. End of the 14th over, Uganda 75 for 3. A change in the bowling for Italy from the highway end. Jasprit Singh taken out of the attack, and Damit Kosala comes into the attack. Riyazat Ali Shah likes spin bowling, so maybe this is an opportunity for him to try and break the shackles and get the run scoring going. Intent there from Riyazat Ali Shah, trying to jump onto that short half tracker.
Short delivery, but doesn't get real much bat on it. Doesn't quite time it very well. Otherwise, it would have raced to the boundary. There is no protection.
This time gets through the fielder and will get the 1 run. Demith, he hasn't gotten the connection yet.
Another short delivery, and Riyazat rocks on his back foot, gaps himself and hits it through the cover region and gets off the strike.
Tossed up in the air by Nicola. Those are balls that you need to attack immediately the field is in. Let's try and go over the top. Hit powerfully, but straight to the field at extra cover.
Kosal really hasn't got his lane rate. We have seen a couple of short balls. 3 deliveries have been short, not too short, but not the good lane to bowl to. And the batters haven't done.
Well played there by Rizzo. Find the gap, they'll pick the single. For Uganda, the problem for them is that every time they try and get a partnership going, they lose the wicket. And then they'll have to start all over again. So these are 2 new batters, both of them still in single-digit scores. Rizzo on 5, Rizzo on 4, Kenneth on 5. Comes down well on that one, Kenneth Waiswa. And the thing about 50 over cricket is really partnerships. You need partnerships to get you ahead. After 15 overs, 78 for 3, Team Uganda. Gareth Bugg into his third over from the garden end. This time a more defensive field there for Riyazat Ali Shah. But still the attack for him and the traps have set for those pull shots. Well played there by Rizu. Rizu knows how to angle his bat, and that's a very good skill, especially if you're going to be batting in the middle. Just to make sure that you can always be able to pick the gap.
They haven't opened up the field for Riyazat because he hasn't really opened his arms. I think there is no reason or no need for you to open up the field for the player who is not attacking.
Slower bouncer from Gareth Bugg. Gareth Bugg has very, very good skills. He will play on your mind until he's able to get your wicket.
Another slow delivery there, but Kenneth Waiswa doesn't get any bat on it, and we have seen him do those things so many times in this game, and he will continue to do the same.
Another slower bouncer, but this time too high. But you can see what Gareth Bugg is trying to do. He's just trying to set up Kenneth Waiswa. Play with your mind. We saw what we did. We saw what he did in the previous over. Induced an edge that ran past the keeper. So you need to make sure you're on top. And this time very well bowled by Gareth Bugg in the slot.
That was very much expected for the bowler who bounces twice. The second ball being called away. I think he was going to try and attack the stumps, and Waiswa really knew that, and he was very, very protective with his wicket.
This time the slower ball from Gareth Bugg. They'll get a single, but I think they won't mind that for Italy because Uganda, the boundaries for them have dried up. So Italy won't mind Uganda, wearing themselves down by running those ones and twos, as long as they can be able to cut off the boundaries.
One field has been sent to the boundary. The mid-on fielder, rather the long-on fielder, is at the boundary, and point comes into the 30.
Now the off cutter from Gareth Bugg. Ran very hard. Good signs there to see from Riyazat Ali Shah and Kenneth. But this is a very small ground. The ball goes to the fielders very quickly. So picking a double, you really have to hit the ball in the gap. Shot, but straight to the fielder from Kenneth. That was pitched. Kenneth would have tried to go aerial over the fielder. As it's Anthony Joshua Mosca. Just go over his head, and then he would have easily picked the boundary. But that concludes the 16th over. Drinks break called by the umpire, Juma Gabula. Uganda A 82 for 3. That's a very beautiful and serenity ground. I think the ground picks its name from its beauty. Located here on the Masaka Highway in Kamengo. And for those that have been asking for directions, this place is just after Mpiji town. You can easily be able to see the ground, but a very, very beautiful facility here at here in Kamengo, the Serenity Oval. We'll take a short break and we'll be back after the drinks break. We are back here at the Serenity Oval in Kamengo. Uganda A side taking on Italy in a practice game just before the start of the first round of the ICC Challenge League B tournament. Italy won the toss, elected to ball first. Uganda have so far lost Roger Mukasa, Simon Sesazi, and Raghav Dawani. Riazat Alisha and Kenneth Waiswa are now on the crease trying to come up with the goods for Team Uganda. Uganda now 82 for 3 after 16 overs. A 33 over affair. Had a late start here because of a wet outfield, but we've been able to have some very good sun and we're ready to go. Tries to go big, Riazat Ali Shah, but the ball goes up in the air. Chance and it's put down. Riazat survives.
Oh my God, that was really close. That was really a golden chance for Italy to snatch, but it is put down in the end. Could it have been an effect of the sun? Tries to go for a powerful slog sweep, doesn't really connect it. Up in the air, tries to go for.
It's a very good skills. We spoke about them just before the break. That Italy and Riazat trying to hit against a spin and over that fielder who is in the circle. All play there by Kenneth. Well, that's something I'd mentioned, that when the ball is tossed up in the air, you try and attack that side of the boundary. Unfortunately for Rizou, not a very bad idea, just the execution was missing. And if I'm the coach, I'll be happy with him. He's showing intent.
Oh, yo.
Very good bowling. Good skills there from Damit. He tosses a couple of balls up and then the others is just darting them into the batters. Very good skills from Italians. They keep you guessing.
Now Riazat has really learnt a lesson.
Good stuff again from Damit. He's playing with Riazat's mind.
He's now been asked to play with the turn. Not like last time he tried to go with his instincts to go over the fielder who was in the 30. And now the same fielder has been pushed to the boundary. Let's see what he has to do.
Another swing and a miss there from Riazat. Some signs of frustration there from Riazat Alisha. Just the 2 overs after the drinks break. 17 overs gone, 84 for 3, Uganda A. Ooh, another edge that flies, that races past the keeper. The second time Kenneth has picked a boundary through that region. Soft hands from him. That's why the ball is always on the ground.
Something that Kenneth has to work. That was the review there. The replay where Waiswa just tries to go and cover the lane of the ball but doesn't really get it right, because the ball, there is some deviation in the crease, in the wicket there, and falls for a catch.
Yeah, this time comes down on the ball very well.
Let's have the replay back there. Oh, tries to cover his wickets, but for the deviation in the wicket, and gets an outside edge, and he narrowly survives the second time.
It takes out the pace here, Gareth Bagg. Because Gareth Bagg takes the pace of the ball, they've been running the ball through that gap to third man and pick that single. Now there's no pace to work with in the ball. Need to go to something. There's a very good skill there from Baggy.
Really beautiful skills to watch, and skills to learn, variation of pace.
Again, very good stuff there. Good variations from Gareth Bag. He's been bowling a mixed bag, so you don't know what is coming actually. Uses his feet, Kenneth Waiswa, but doesn't make any connection. The ball falling short of the fielder. Gets away with another, but again, another batter trying to hit against the turn.
That's very bad way of playing spin with the ball turning away from you and trying to hit it. It takes perfect timing to do that.
It's much better there from Kenneth Waiswa. The challenge for me, fortunate, is that most times they look like getaway shots. You're like tired of blocking, and then you think of trying to go big.
I think there is a way how dot balls.
Not good. This time they scamper through for a quick one, which is very. As that Ali Shah unfortunately lost his wicket, and Brian Masawa joins Kenneth Waiswa out in the middle. You should be able to, again, very bold fall, but wide's indicated. That should also race away to the boundary. Damith untidy.
That's the skill set that you have to employ when you're facing spinners. Try to sweep, try to reverse sweep, and we've only seen only one sweep attempted by Kenneth Waiswa. And as a spinner in the modern cricket, when you're batsman and facing spinners, you have to employ those shots, sweeps, reverse sweeps, and we've seen them a couple of games, and that's the only way to go and the only way to succeed when you're facing spin.
Again, tossed up in the air by Damith. Can see Brian Masaba, the running between the wickets between these two. Very, very good. So you can see he's already anxious to get on the other end. Then backs away. Kenneth Waiswa hits it down the ground. Straight to the captain, Marcus Kapampiano.
Short delivery there. Opens up and builds room for himself and hits it hard to the boundary and gets one run. If you're facing spin, you either use your feet, come down the track and hit the sweeper fielders, or mid or long off and long on, or either sweep.
Thought about the run, but sent back quickly by Kenneth Waiswa. Very good stuff. The call was very loud, which is a very good thing.
Brand Mark Masawa is really profound of playing spin. He's really good with sweeping, really good with scoop. And hopefully this is the stage where he brings up those shots and play on the spinners.
Shot from Brian Masawa. Fortunately, I'll tell you, there's a friend of mine, every time Brian is batting, he tells you that I bet you I'm going to put my money if Brian Masawa doesn't play a sweep shot in this game. And very often he will go to that sweep shot. Very compulsive sweeper of the ball, Brian. .21 overs gone, 112 for 4, the Uganda A side. Whereas that Ali Shah lost his wicket to Zain Khan, who's bowling right now. Was sort of a half tracker, just never connected it well. Just found the waiting hands of the captain at point. Marcus Kapampiano. Leaves it alone. Brian Masaba is just coming. It's a wide indicated there by Juma Gabala.
Zayn Ali hasn't really played much games for Italy. He's only 22 years old, and we can see what he's doing for his team. Has picked a very crucial wicket for Uganda, having the captain of Uganda being the...
Oof. Missed that one completely. Brand is trying to run it down to third man. Zain Khan got a half century in the first game between the two sides. Scored 45. So clearly a batter who can bowl a bit. Oof, Bran late on the ball. We said this is a batting track. Ball comes to bat, but again, application is important.
Even when you go for a pull shot, alignment is the key thing you have to do, and picking up the lane of the ball quickly. I think Masaba loses his shape at the end, but had really picked up the lane of the ball, but doesn't get the execution rate, having lost the sight of the ball, and he's hit on the body.
Slower ball from Zain. We've seen the Italian bowlers do all of them do the same thing, just bowling a mixed bag, making sure that they don't let the batters get used to one sort of bowling, so they keep you guessing. Previous ball struck Brown on the body, this time the slower ball. Pace on from Brian, but he plays it well, negotiates down to third man. The fielder thinking about didn't know where the ball was, so they come through for a second.
Good use of wrist there. Bibran Masaba with pace on the ball just gets it and squeezes it to the third man region, and 2 runs are got in the end. A very good skill set.
Yes, High were very busy today because of the Masaza Cup final. Chagwe taking on Budu. Again, Brian, a swing and a miss from him. Will be very, very busy in the evening, especially if Budu is able to win.
The Masaza Cup games are really, really crucial for the Baganda tradition. They really love the Yakawaka, and you can see the fans. You can really see the fans going in support their teams.
Yeah, as early as 6 a.m. I think the road was always busy. To get here was a bit of was hectic for both teams. Another slower ball, very good skills from Zain.
Very, very use of variations. Very, very good use of variations. Zaid has really done a very good part. Has really bowled well. It is the end of the 22nd over, and the score is 115 for the loss of 4 wickets.
Yeah, you can see in the background Emmanuel Isanez and Robinson Torinawe in charge of the Uganda A team. But after this, there are only 11 more overs left in the first innings of this particular clash. Uganda 115 for 4. What does the Uganda A side do right now? There's still a lot of batting left in the team. There are a couple of guys still to come. But they need to get a total bigger than, I think, 150 if they're going to challenge Italy. Italy got 251 on this particular ground in the first game they played, the 40-over match.
The Ugandan dugout there.
Straight bar there from Kenneth Waiswa down the ground. Would like to see Kenneth Waiswa do this, make this a habit of him. Plays in the middle order, makes sure that because he has a very good defense, if he can be able to hold himself back, allow everyone else to play around him, for me, I see that would be the perfect role that fits him in this particular team, because there are a lot of guys who have power in the team. Backs away Bran, but doesn't pick the gap. So for him, I feel that if he's able to hold himself back, allow everyone else to play around him, he can play the sort of anchor role, but in a very good way. Oof. Good bowling, good skills there from Damit. Who else is to bat here for Team Uganda?
In the Ugandan dugout there is Pascal Murungi, who can really play spin very well. Waguma Joseph, whom we've seen play very good innings. Cyrus Kakuru.
Again, comes off the edge there from Bran, trying to paddle around the corner. But I think he moved too early, so Damit was able to see what he wanted to do.
Very good, very excellent piece of bowling there. Very, very intelligent bowling.
Bran this time finds the gap. Some work to do for Zain Khan. We have to put his big frame down, but he's able to cut it off. And they will pick a double. Oof, the ball awkward bounce right in front of Gary Mead.
Very good use of the wrist by Bran Masawa. Something with Bran Masawa is he has played most shots on the back foot, and we have seen him. Oh, that's very odd. That's the only shot he has played from the front, and the difference is showing itself. Still in the Ugandan dugout, there is Pascal Murungi, as I mentioned, Baguma Joseph, Bilal Hassan, Cyrus Kakuru, and Musinguzi Matthew, who are yet to bat. With only 10 overs left and 6 wickets in hand, Uganda can now do something to up the runs, and the score is 118 after 23 overs.
Picked up well by Kenneth Waiswa, and he finds the gap, and that should race away to the boundary.
Really, really beautiful shot. Really beautiful shot. Picks the lane of the ball early and uses the short arm and pulls it to the boundary where there is no protection. And Kenneth Waiswa gets another boundary for Uganda. Very beautiful shot to play. Very beautiful shot to watch.
Yeah, Kenneth Waiswa getting stuck in, has a start. Now you want him to be able to convert that start, 30 from 33 balls. Survived a couple of times. Well played there by Kenneth. He's survived a couple of times. But once you get in, you need to make sure that you're the one who stays in. Do not leave the responsibility to anyone else.
Now that he has played so many balls, he has his eye in, and he can do something better and convert that score maybe to a big score, either 50 or big 50. And we are yet to prove that today.
Slower ball there from Zain, and this time they take a quick single. Zain, very, very athletic, feels the ball off his own bowling. I like to give a shout out to a couple of people who are watching the game on the live stream. Ahura Amos, very good friend of Fortunate Arijuna. Justin Musebuka, all the way from Dubai. Magwa Arthur, Simon Chintu, all of them throwing in a couple of comments here on the live stream, which is available on the Uganda Cricket Association YouTube page. Again, good skills from Italy. When Bran is on strike, because he's still the new batter, he has just 5 from 13 balls. They bring the field up.
Oh.
And then they make sure that they are defending against Kenneth Waiswa, who's more or less a set batter. Is 31 from 35 balls. It's very, very... The awareness for you to be able to do that throughout the whole game shows that you're a team that knows what they are doing.
They really know what they are doing. And even the players themselves, they are really experienced in what they are doing, having some players playing in the county cricket. Most of them have big clubs. The likes of Stewart, who plays for Kent in the county cricket. So they are very good experience. They are really experienced, and they know really what they are doing.
Into the surface there from Zain. Umpire indicates wide, probably because of height.
has really bowled a couple of bouncers today. I think there is something he's setting up for Masawa. And now the middle fielder runs to the boundary. And there is some adjustment of the field. Square leg comes in.
Yeah, every time they're trying, when they bowl the fourth over, they start to defend, especially if the over hasn't had so many runs in it. Slower ball from Zain gets his big frame down to cut off that run past him. They were just going to pick an easy single.
Every ball that goes straight to Zaid after he has delivered, he has made an effort to stop it, and that's very good for a bowler. Not just giving simple runs, easy runs. You have to fight for every single run there be.
Well played there by Brian. Just let the ball run off the face of his bat. Kevin O'Brien with the fielding. He's been coming in a couple of times just to make up the numbers for the team. Practice game after all. 24 overs gone, 126 for 4. Uganda A side. A change in the bowling for Italy. Grant Stewart comes back into the attack from the highway end. He had him. Kept out by Brian Masawa. Grant Stewart was very, very tidy in his opening spell, hitting that back of a length line. Very, very tidy. Grant Stewart. Unfortunate, you've just mentioned he plays for Kent in the county circuit. Gave away only 8 runs in his 3 overs in his first spell. And wow, it's completely missed by the fielder. That's running between the wickets, creating a bit of pressure. Zain momentarily took his eyes off the ball and allowed them to pick a single.
Having playing for Kent, I think that brings him or gives him another opportunity or an added advantage, because he plays more of test cricket, so he knows to hit that test lane, 3/4 lane, and we saw it in the opening overs where he bowled very brilliant.
Thought about the run. Brian had already run halfway down the track and sent back by Kenneth Weiswa. Very difficult to take off if you play the ball on the back foot. You have to find a way. In these overs, you need to show some aggression. You need to be scoring at between 8 and 10. If you score anything less than 8 runs every over, then you'll be doing an injustice to yourself. Very well pulled there by Grant. Good lines. He's put a mark there and he's been able to hit that mark all the time.
I think it is due to his height. He's a very tall guy, and that gives him an advantage of the ball bouncing higher than it would have bounced if he was a short guy. And this is an advantage to Stewart, and he's really utilizing that added advantage or God given. Does a shy on the stump, but doesn't get it. It was really quick single taken. Really crucial run there for Uganda. In the dugout there is Pascal Murungi, who is coming in next. A guy from Nyakasura. A guy who has a very humble beginning. Played for Nyakasura, grew up in the Nyakasura build-up, and is yet to come into the attack, to come into play after having not played so many games in the build-up. Brilliant shot, a bold cover drive there, but stopped in the end, and Masaba gets another run on his tally, but it was really played well off the front foot. And it's the end of the 25th over. The score is 129 for the loss of only 4 wickets. Only 18 runs to go. 8 runs to go rather, sorry.
Another change in the bowling for Italy. Rakib comes into the attack. Rakibul comes into the attack from the garden end. Rakibul went for plenty, 18 from his 1 over, but is now back into the attack from the garden end. A change in ends for him and starts off with a Jaffa of a delivery.
I think the reason as to why he went for an expensive over is that he was bowling to the left-hander and the ball was turning into the left-hander, and now he's given an advantage.
Well played there by Brian Masaba, but good work there. Big man, Grant Stewart gets down to cut it off.
He's given an advantage that both the batters in the middle, they are right-handers, and the ball will be turning away from them, and that gives them advantage. Rather gives him an advantage.
Well played this time by Brian. He's able to get it through the infield. It's now 2 dot balls, and then they get a single off the 3rd ball. But like we've been mentioning, you need to score in these final 10 overs. You need to score at least, between 8 and 10. So you need to keep finding a way. Those dot balls need to be turning in either 1s or 2s, and then that odd boundary can make up for the rest of the over.
Now that the spinners are in, and the spinners are into the attack, and we know in the Ugandan dugout there is Pascal Murungi, who is really known for his unconventional style of play, the sweep, the very fine play of spin. I think it is this moment that they need to take a risk, maybe try to go hard. If it turns into their way, they get runs. Oh, there comes in Pascal.
Turns the ball around the corner, Kenneth Weiser. But Italy at this level won't mind that. And this is a smaller boundary where the spinner is bowling from. I'm thinking that one of the two have to make up their mind and take the risk against him. Brian is 9 from 22 balls. Kenneth is 33 from 40 balls. And then backs away Brian and is able to hit the sweeper on the offside.
Gives himself room and hits it through the point fielder, but there is protection. But it was a very good decision made there. Picked up the line of the ball early and only manages to get 1 run.
So just the 3 runs in that over. 26 overs gone. 132 for 4 in the Uganda A side. Grant Stewart will continue from the highway end for Italy. Effort ball from Grant Stewart. Umpire says it's a good ball, but the leg umpire signals it's a wide. The 1 per over indicated.
Grant Stewart is a real fine player, a real good all-rounder, and we have seen that with his bowling in the previous game. Yesterday, Batuan picked 4 wickets, and today he hasn't went for many runs. He hasn't picked a wicket yet.
Again, good line from Grant Stewart. That nagging line, when you get stuck on the crease, somehow you make it easy for Grant Stewart to find his mark. He's into his 5th over. He's just gone for 11 runs. And I remember of those 11, there was a boundary that Raghav scored against him. So he's been very, very tidy. Check how many dot balls. Brian shuffles across the stumps and tries to whip it to the leg side. But no connection from him, and the umpire raises his finger. Uganda lose their 5th wicket. Grant Stewart. Consider again, Brian shuffled across the stumps, but he didn't get any connection. And is given LBW by Michael Koth. Uganda lose their 5th, 132 for 5. Grant Stewart been very, very tidy for the Italians today. He's bowling a mean spell. Fortunate. Talk to us about his numbers.
Grant Stewart has bowled a total of 4.3 overs, having 1 maiden, 20 dot balls, 11 runs just conceded, and picking 1 wicket. That brings him to an economy of 2.44 with only 1 wide. What a class of player he is. He's a really good player. That brings in Pascal Murungi, who comes in at number 7. He's really known for his late play of the game. He's a real patient player. He waits for the ball really well, and he comes into the attack.
Gets off the mark immediately, Pascal Murungi. Pascal Murungi, your mate, Brian, fortunate. So I know you're going
from Zimbabwe, playing for Bulawayo Cricket Club, and he has got a very good innings in Zimbabwe, and he is continuing to do that. Hopefully he will get this chance and convert it to something big.
Oof. Wides indicated by Michael Koth, but another effort ball from Grant Stewart. Pascal just needed to get some bat onto that and should have raced away to the boundary.
Yeah, that was the intent, that was the idea, that was the opinion he had in his mind, but doesn't get any bat on it. And the results are a wide for Team Uganda.
Yeah, Pascal Murungi also didn't get a lot of batting for himself during the Bahrain warm-up games. Oh, good shuffle there from good hustle from Pascal, and very good running between the wickets from the two. They get 2 runs. This is more like it here from the Ugandans. So Pascal, another player who needs some time out in the middle, and hopefully he can be able to occupy the crease. Not so many overs left. But after 27 overs, Uganda 137 for 5. Rakbol will continue from the garden end. Rakbol has fared much better, fortunate against the right-handers. Yeah, he was taken down for 18 by Simon Sesazi. but he's fared much better against the right-handers because the matchup works well for him. You have to attack him, and if you're going against him, that means you're playing against the turn, unless you're going to play that inside-out shot.
It takes a very big skill. It takes a very much good skill to play an inside out or to play the ball with spin, most especially the ball that is turning away.
For me, I think the ball that he tosses up in the air, if you can be able to use, so there will be a lot of those. Not a bad plan for him, because if he had beaten Grant Stewart, he could have gotten a boundary. Tossed up in the air. That's the one that I feel that the batters should use your feet, get to the pitch of the ball, and cream it to the boundary.
We haven't seen Ugandan batters use their feet so often, and I think it's something they have to work on.
Exactly. Again, Pasco trying to...
At the end of the 28th over, the score is 129 for the loss. 139 for the loss of 5 wickets.
Swing and a miss there from Pasco Murungi. Trying to go for a booming drive, but there goes the wind, and they keep the ball to the keeper. Grant Stewart continues to dot. He's applied the pressure with some very good dot balls.
That brings another dot for Grant Stewart, make the total of 21 dots. I think Pasco is seeing the two fielders in front of him that are not on the boundary, and he tries to go for a big shot. And now one fielder has been pushed onto the boundary. That is the long on.
Good shot there from Pasco. This time picks up the short ball, gets onto it quickly, and that should race away to the boundary.
One thing that you have to know about Pascal Murung is that you neither have to lose that the shot picks up the lane early and really shafts back and hooks it to the third man region, rather thin leg region. And as for a new bat there, as I was saying, Pascal Murung is a player who plays the pull shot very well, the cut shot very well, and he has done that so much often.
Ugandans always pull behind square, not in front of square. So you can see the adjustments the Italians have made in the field just to make sure that we're in the region where the boundary pass have put someone.
I think that is due to the fact that all of the youth cricket, the schools cricket, most of the schools have carpet, and players grow up playing balls that are coming quick and pulling back square.
Swing and a miss there from Pasco. Gets a thin edge through the keeper, and he loses his wicket. One shot too many there from Pasco Murungi. Doesn't connect, and Uganda lose their 6th wicket.
I think his intent was clear. Having lost so many, rather having conceded so many overs that have been bowled, so Pascal tries to do something big, tries to go hard on the ball, knowing that there are some batters in the block hole, rather in the dugout. And Simon Kakuru and Kakuru Seiras is the batter coming into the attack for Uganda.
I think not a bad plan there from Pasco, just trying to be a lot more aggressive. The problem sometimes if these things happen very often, is that you get judged on those sort of innings because you're never given the time to play yourself in. You come in when the situation maybe doesn't suit your style, and every time you get out, people keep judging you on those performances without realizing at what time did you come in. But Pasco, playing his hand, took his chance. Unfortunate that sometimes
end.
Oh, another very good ball.
It shows the skill that the bowler has to bowl in the power play and again come and bowl in the death overs. He's such a good player and he has got all of those skills that are needed too.
Slower ball and hit hard by Cyrus. But there's protection out in the deep. They'll just pick the single. Another good over. Grant gave away boundary but also picked up a wicket. 6 runs from that over. 144 for 6 after 29 overs. The Uganda A side.
Cyrus Kakuru is the guy on strike and is also a very good sweeper of the ball, given the fact that he's facing against spin.
Well done. Oh, very good clean pick up and throw. Grant Stewart, big man, but he's able to get down. Cyrus Kakuru there was a bit in trouble.
Really beautiful piece of fielding. Although the shot was also nice, Cyrus Kakuru rocks back on the back foot and punches the ball but doesn't get enough bat on it. Oh, how is it? Is the appeal?
No room for Kenneth Weiser to play that ball. And Demith, who's been operating in a miserly spell from that end, picks up the wicket. Kenneth Weiser has to depart for 35 from 43 balls.
He has really played an anchor role for Team Uganda. And that ends his reign on the wicket. Simon Cyrus Kakuru departs for a catch by the wicket. Kenneth Weiser departs for a wicket. Being caught by the wicket keeper, tries to go back on the full delivery but doesn't really get or really tame the ball, and he gets caught in the snares of the wicket keeper. Another wicket falls for Team Uganda, and that brings the total of 145 runs for the loss of 7 wickets after 29.2 overs.
Very miserly spell from Damith. Bilal Hassan with a switch hit. Gets a connection onto it. Goes through. That should be the captain. Bilal Hassan comes in and immediately shows his intent.
That was a very beautiful innovation, very beautiful, but it was a close chance.
Goes big. Cyrus Kakuru backs himself, and he should get half a dozen for that.
A very beautiful slog sweep there. And Cyrus Kakuru can really be very good with the slog sweep. And let's have the replay there. He does no mistake and hits the ball to the boundary of one knee. He
Tries
goes
to go
again
bigger.
up in the air. There is a man running in but falls short to the fielder. Kakuru Cyrus is showing the clear intent that he's going after the ball.
Yeah, very good intent there from Cyrus Kakuru. We've been saying that the spinner's bowling from this end. This side is a shorter boundary. If you can back yourself and trust your power, you should be able to get some good value.
What a beautiful shot. Really played with soft hands. And the results are 2 runs. Hassan Bilal, who came in with an unorthodox style of play, going for a switch hit and now playing a cut shot. And that ends the 30th over, and the score is 155 for the loss of 7 wickets for Team Uganda.
Jaspreet Singh comes back into the attack, replacing Grant Stewart from the highway end, and will be bowling to Cyrus Kakuru. Shot there from Cyrus Kakuru, walks to the ball and hits it for half a dozen.
Beautiful shot. Simon Kakuru uses fully his crease, moves and works with his crease, and lucky enough finds the ball on the body. He mitigates the line of the ball and flicks it over the fielder and gets the maximum results.
Yeah, sort of a premeditated shot there from Cyrus. He had made up his mind where he wants to hit the ball. You can see the fielder just trying to put himself in the position where the ball passed. Full toss again, this time pulled hard again. Back-to-back boundaries for Cyrus. 10 runs from 2 balls.
Kakuru Cyrus is really showing the intent. He's really showing that he can do more with the bat, having come in at the late number. But that was also a premeditated shot, and the ball is really a gift that is given to any batter. A full toss, and Cyrus Kakuru does no mistake and pulls it to the boundary for 4.
And now pressure on the bowler there. Jaspreet Singh has to go to something else. Don't want to hit you and you run out of ideas, so you have to make sure you stay on top. Change of pace, good change of pace there from Jaspreet Singh, realizing that Cyrus is waiting for the pace on deliveries. This time completely takes off pace.
Very wisely thought at this stage of the game. It is where you employ variations. It's where you see bowlers bowling with pace of deliveries, bowling yorkers, bowling all sorts of variations to keep the batter thinking.
Again, very intelligent stuff there from Jaspreet Singh. He saw Kakuru early, took pace off. It's very good skills from Jaspreet Singh. Oh, short ball just helps the ball along. There's some work to do. Some very good footwork on the boundary there from Gareth Bagg. Cyrus should have left it alone. I think it would have been a wide.
For me, I say he did the right decision because he saw there is no fielder in the square leg region and gets a bat on it. Bad enough there wasn't pace on the ball, but it was a really good shot and a very good decision to take.
Good shot there from Cyrus. Finds the gap. A very good over here for the Ugandans. They've been able to get at least 18 runs already. 16 runs in this over so far.
Indeed, a beautiful shot. The ball is bowled outside his reach, but he opens his face of the bat and hits it over the gully fielder, and the ball races to the boundary. Another boundary for Kakuru. The end of 31 overs. The score is 171 for the loss of 7 wickets.
Twelve balls left in the first innings of this particular clash, a practice game between the Uganda A side and Italy. We are at the Serenity Oval in Kamengo. Hasib Khan comes back into the attack from the garden end and will be bowling to Bilal Hassan.
With 3 fielders on the offside, I think he's going to try and balls outside off, so that ball to his field, given the fact that this is the penultimate over of the inning. But he does, but there is no protection at the rope. The chase is on and it's a 4 for Hassan Bilal. Very premeditated shot, given that there is no fielder at the onside region in the third man, rather in the deep fine leg. And Bilal does no mistake, shuffles across the lane and only scoops it over, and it's a 4 for Uganda. There has been a change in the field setting. Now the guy has been put on the boundary. Let's see what Bilal can do. Oh, tries to go for a scoop. Reverse scoop. We only see that with the likes of Chorut in the Test cricket, but doesn't get any bat on it. But it was a very good intention made. But nevertheless, it's another run for Team Uganda. Cyrus Kakuru is on strike right now, and with only 10 balls left. We saw him very good in the previous over. Can he continue to do that thing that he has done in the previous over? Whoa, the keep is up. Tries to hit it over covers, but doesn't get bad on it. It was a very good decision to make with no fielder at the deep cover region. He saw the gap there, but doesn't really get the timing right. And it's a dot ball. Oh, full pitch delivery, full toss on his pad. He tries to go big, but he loses his head. He doesn't get any connection on it, and it's 1 run. At this moment, Uganda is taking any run as possible, converting the dot balls to runs. Oh! Across the lane and gets played and gets an inside edge, and another run for Bilal. I think here all the shots that Bilal is playing is trying to go across the lane. We haven't seen any inside out shot. We haven't seen any off drive or any shot that's going off on the offside, but Bilal is trying to play on the onside. And that marks the end of the 32nd over. The score is 178. The last over just went for 7 runs, being bowled by Hasib, And this is the last over of the reduced 50 over game. And it's Bilal Hassan on strike. And it is Jasprit Singh. Slow delivery. Slow delivery there. Bilal Hassan tries to go for a big shot, but doesn't find the ball there. And it's another dot ball. Very, very decisive bowling here. Very well bowled by Jasprit Singh, who has bowled 4.1 overs and conceded 35 runs and picking 1 wicket. A big shot, powerful shot, but doesn't get enough of it, and it's only 1 run in the end. Only 1 run in the end. That brings Simon Kakuru at the strike. Only 1 runs per ball won't cost Italy that much, but they want to do as much as possible and cut out that boundary option, and that will reduce runs to a minimum score that they would have scored given the ball if they go for boundaries. Shot, very beautifully played, opens up the face of the ball, but there is protection at the third man. Very, very well played. That's the difference between Bilal and Cyrus Kakuru. At this stage of the game, Cyrus Kakuru is playing on all fields, on all sides of the field, on drives, off drives, cut shots, but Bilal Hassan tries to go for big shots, tries to go across the lane, and we've seen him miss a couple of shots. Up in the air, and there is a run, and it's dropped. Oh my God, that was a golden chance, but they take 2 runs. That was really close. Bilal Hassan tries to go for a big shot, but doesn't get enough of it. The fielder runs and doesn't get really enough arms on the ball, and he drops it. That would have marked the end of Hassan Bilal, but his reign still continues, and he's on strike. Last 2 balls of the inning. Ho 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 ho, clean bowled. Shuffles across the lane, tries to go for a flick, but doesn't get any bat on it, and in the end is clean bowled off the full toss. Tries to go for a big shot, and he's clean bowled. That brings a total of 2 wickets on Jasprit Singh's tally, and it is only one ball left for Baguma Joseph, who is walking in. Baguma Joseph is a young star for Uganda who made his debut in the African T20 in South Africa in 2022 when he was still at Nyakasura School. And now he comes into the attack only to face 1 ball. He's a very good player, he's a fine player, but only left with 1 ball. But he has to do some big has to do some big job with the ball. But what can he do with only 1 delivery left? The score is 182 for 8. Ayoka delivery, I will say this is the appeal. That was a very beautiful delivery. He attacks the toy of Baguma, and Uganda managed to get another delivery, still another delivery from Italy, and that was a very perfect delivery. Ayoka attacking Baguma's toy, and that marks the inning. The score is 183 for 8.
End of the 4th innings, Uganda finishing on 183 for 8 in their 33 overs. Very, very good cameo at the back end there from Cyrus Kakuru. 26 from 15 balls. Allowed Uganda to finish in a strong position of 183 for 8 in their 33 overs. Look at the batting card for the Ugandans. Simon Sesazi at the top of the order with a good contribution, 36 from 32 balls. Kenneth Waiswa, 35 from 44. Cyrus Kakuru finishing there with a flourish at the back end, 26 from 15 balls. And a couple of starts there for Roger Mukasa, Raghav Dawani and Brian Masaba. The 18 extras gifted by Italy to the Ugandans. Uganda finding 183 for 8 in their 33 overs.
The wickets for Uganda were shared between the wickets for Italy were shared between the 5 bowlers, with Grant Stewart picking 2 wickets at an economy of 2.5. Jasprit Singh also picked 2 wickets at an economy of 7.8, and the other wickets were shared between Zain Ali, Damit Kosala and Hasib Khan.
Not a tidy looking scorecard for the bowling scorecard for the Italians, but the situation is Uganda finding 183 for 8 in their 33 overs. Italy will need 184 when we come back for the second innings. We'll take a break and we'll be back for the second innings. We are back for the second innings here at the Serenity Oval in Kamengo for this practice game between Italy and the Uganda A side. Uganda A getting 183 runs for 8 in their 33 overs. A reduced contest due to the rain. Look at that batting scorecard for the Ugandans. Simon Cesars with a start at the top of the order, 36 from 32 balls. Kenneth Weiss were consolidated in the middle, 35 from 44. And a flourishing finish there from Kakuru Cyrus at the back end, 26 from 15. And if you look at the bowling scorecard for the Italians, the wickets shared amongst the bowlers, but the pick of the bowlers for them is Grant Stewart, 2 for 21 in his 6 overs. 2 for Jaspreet Singh, he went for plenty, but Stewart really enforcing things at the top, and the rest of the bowlers picking up a wicket each. 184 is what Italy need in 33 overs against this Uganda A side here at the Serenity Oval in Kamengo. Bilal Hassan will take the new ball from the garden end for the Ugandans. My name is Dennis Musale, and I'm still here with Fortunate Alijuna. Fortunate, what did you make of the first innings there from the Ugandans?
I think it was a very good inning for the Ugandan side. It was a real good inning, having scored 183 runs. It was really good, and I think those runs can pose a challenge for the Italian side. Now that Hassan Bilal is really known for his reputation of moving the ball either in or out, and he has so many variations. He can bowl the slowers, he can bowl the yorkers. I think he's very good for this stage.
Yeah, Bilal Hassan missed out on selection for the Challenge League because he returned later from his holiday. But he's been an integral part of that Ugandan bowling lineup alongside Juma Miyaga and Cosmas Chewuta. So a couple of games for him. Should see him come back into the team. Marcus and Zayn will open the bat. Marcus and Emilio Nico Gray. Emilio Nico Gay will open the batting for Italy. Starts off with a wide, good work from Cyrus Kakuru. That nearly raced away for a boundary. But Uganda need to make sure, the Uganda A side need to make sure they can be able to defend these runs. In their batting, I thought they left a couple of runs on the table. They were a bit tentative, especially in the last 10 overs. They had a couple of big overs, but they should have had many more than that. I think they could have gotten more than 183.
Indeed, they really employed the attacking version later in the game. I think they would have done that maybe very early, and they would have scored more than those runs they did.
Full face of the bat, well kept out there by Emilio Nico Gay. The sound of the bat making some sweet sounds coming out of the middle of the bat proper.
That shows that the wicket is bringing the ball to the bat. Even the first innings we saw the ball coming, so there are no issues with the wicket. And Hassan Bilal starts off pretty well with the first delivery being a weight, and now he comes back with a very beautiful delivery.
Again, out of the middle of the bat there from Nicola. Yeah, Italy just making sure that everyone has a hit. This is their final practice game before the start of the Challenge League. 2 days away from that big tournament. A pathway to the 2027 World Cup for 6 teams. Italy, Uganda, Singapore, Bahrain, Tanzania, and Hong Kong, China will be fighting out for honors in this first round of the Challenge League. And Uganda will open their campaign against Singapore on November the 6th at the Lugogo Cricket Oval. Again, well played there by Nikolai Gay. Everything is coming out of the middle of the bat. If you miss your length by a little bit, I'm sure they will take you on.
Really beautiful style of play. I think Emiliano Nicole tries to hit the ball around, punch the ball around such that to get that shine off the ball, and this is something that he has done for the start of the inning and has got beautiful wrist. If you see the previous shot he played, he really employed the wrist very well.
Very well played there by Nicola Gay, and we've just mentioned it that if you stray off your lines, you will become easy pickings on this lovely batting surface.
Very perfectly played, very beautifully played. He just waits for the ball close to his body, and at the last moment he opens the face of the bat with a flick and races to the boundary with no protection at the boundary, and that gets the first boundary for Team Italy.
Yeah, that boundary enforcing changes in the field for Uganda. Now, again, clipped off the pads from Nikolai Gay, but straight to, I think that's Matthew Musinguzi who's down there, not Musinguzi.
Another use of the wrist there. He's really timing the ball perfectly well, waiting for that latest moment to close up the bat, which we didn't see with the Ugandan batters. We saw Dawan closing the bat early and falling short off that shot. We saw Sesazi too. A couple of Ugandans lost their wickets by closing their bat late, rather early, and this has been not the case with Nicole.
Again, soft hands from Marcus Capampiano. The captain gets off strike. The captain gets off the mark. After the first over, Italy 7 for no loss.
In the last inning, in the last game that Italy played against Uganda 11, Marcus Acompiano scored 57 runs.
Riazat Ali Shah, the captain for the Uganda A side, will take the ball from the highway end and will be bowling to the his opposite number, Marcus Capampiano. Good stuff there to start off back of a length. The fielders Simon Sesaz and Pasco Murungi getting in each other's way.
I love the way how Gay is playing. He's really waiting for the ball and playing the ball close to his body. I think he's not crashing into the shot, and we have Rocha Mukasi in the slips there. If he does so, if he rushes for the ball.
Again, another back of a length delivery. Can see there Marcus trying to pull in front of square compared to the Ugandans who pull behind square.
Really, Italians are really picking up the bad balls precisely. That ball he really picked up the lane early and did the right thing, though he didn't get the good timing.
Well, very well bowled there by good areas from Riazat Alisha. Good energy.
You can really see the dynamics of the Ugandan fielders. The covers and the points are really on their toes, and they are not allowing any loose run to snitch out of their reach.
Yeah, it's not a very big total, 184. So you need to field very, very well to make sure that Italy doesn't get shot picked up by Marcus. Doesn't get a very clean connection, so they'll just get a single.
Really beautiful shot there. Really, really beautiful to watch. Any ball that Riyasat Ali Shah has bowled outside, any ball that he has bowled outside the lane or short of the lane, Italian batters have really done no mistake. Courtesy of Nico. We've seen him pull 2 shots so far. And this brings the captain on strike.
Yeah. Well played there. That's nearly beat the infield, but very good work there from the young Joseph Baguma.
That's really beautiful shot. Although the results don't tell how beautiful it was, he really shuffled with his body, just a little adjustment of his upper body, and squeezes the ball for his back foot push. And only 1 run got in there, but it was really classic shot.
On the pads from Riyazat Ali Shah, they'll scamper through for a single. 3 runs from that over. After 2 overs, Italy is 9 for 10 for no loss. Bilal Hassan continues from the garden end. Just need to be very, very consistent on a batting track. You need to be consistent in those good areas. We saw Grant Stewart doing that for the Italians.
Yeah, really good knock there into the block hole. And he covers the lane of the ball, really perfectly timed. I think they don't have so many faults in their batting. We haven't seen them go for bizarre shots. They have stuck to their plan, playing with straight bats.
Bowled through the gate from Bilal Hassan, and Uganda with the breakthrough.
Oh my God, that was really beautiful. Through the block hole, he tries to go and defend from the front, but doesn't get any bat on it. Through his block hole, I think there must have been a deviation on the wicket. The ball must have moved in, and that left the captain Marcus Akakwampiano for no doubts, and he's outside and he's walking out of the field.
Bilal Hassan, what a perfect delivery, gem over the ball that just went through the gate of Marcus Kapampiano, the captain. His security, he needs to call his security company just to make sure that he gets more security going through his gate. And Italy lose their first wicket, and that of the captain.
That's another recipe that Hassan Bilal brings to the table. Given that he can move the ball and he has some good pace with him, that possesses threat to any batter in the world. If you can move the ball, if you have pace on it, that's a really good start. It's a really good asset that you have in your repertoire.
Gary Pierre Mid is the new batter for Italy. What a good ball. They will scamper through for 1, but good glove work again from Cyrus Kakuru. umpire doesn't indicate anything, means it came off the bat. Cyrus Kakuru doing the right thing as a keeper. Your number one job is to stop the ball. So he at least did that.
Hassan Bilal is very good and very wise with what he's doing. Given that he's the new batter on strike, he does no mistake and attacks on the very first ball with a beautiful yorker, but doesn't turn out his advantage. Only the ball didn't carry to the wicket keeper behind the stumps, who is Cyrus Kakuru.
Gian Piero Sergio Mid, not Gary Mid, my apologies. He's a new batter for Italy. Good hustle so far from Bilal Hassan. Has picked up a wicket in this over, just giving away the 1 run. So firmly putting Uganda on the front foot.
The wicket for Marcus Campopiano was really crucial for Uganda in the previous game. The captain scored 57 runs. He had a very beautiful inning, and now he has sent back to the stand. It was very good for Team Uganda.
Full face of the bat from Emilio Nico. Went down in slow-mo. Kenneth Wise when fielding that ball. You hope he's alright. We're only 2 days away from the Challenge League. You don't want to miss checking in at the hotel because of an injury he picked up in a warm-up game.
Gian Piero Sergio yesterday didn't have a very good inning on his name, only scoring 5 runs off 12, but he was very good with the glove, and now he comes in at number 3. Hopefully he can add some tallies on his score.
Swing and a miss. That ball is still staying low from this end. That end hasn't had too much bounce. But that concludes the third over. Italy 11 for 1. Riazat Ali Shah, the captain, will continue from the highway end for Team Uganda. Good areas there from Rizu. Rizu didn't bowl much in the series against Bahrain, but a very, very handy all-rounder. Batting all-rounder, not a bowling all-rounder. These days in the team, he's used as a reliable batter, but if he needs to, he can roll over his arm very, very well. Again, good areas behind the ball there. Gian Piero Mid, firmly behind the ball.
That's something as a number 3 batter you have to do. We see that position being played in at the international levels by Virat Kohli's, Babar Azam. They are really solid and their skill set is never doubted. They really have pure class, and this is what Gian Piero is trying to do.
Quick shuffle, quick single. Overpitched from Riazat Ali Shah, losing of sorts. The young Christopher Kidega with the fielding. Talking about the great number 3, who's your favorite? Fortunate.
Many people want to compare Virat Kohli with Babar Azam, but I don't have any doubts that Virat Kohli is far better than Babar Azam because everyone has his favorite. I would say my favorite is Virat Kohli. What of you, Mr. Dennis?
Nikolai, good work there from Riazat Ali Shah. Fortunately, unfortunately for you, fortunate, I come from the old school. And my favorite number 3 has always been Ricky Ponting.
Oh, ancient words. I think we are going with the new generation. I would have said Harry Brook, but Harry Brook doesn't play at number 3.
In the new generation, I will have to think.
Shot.
Gets onto that quickly.
Wow.
Nikolai. It should be enough of it to go to the boundary, and it should get to the boundary. Kenneth Wise, so I can't cut it off. Didn't time it cleanly, Nikolai, but it had enough to get to the boundary.
Really beautiful shot in the end there. Doesn't need timing perfectly, but it is all about alignment. He kept his body shape very intact. He doesn't lose his shape. Stayed side on and used his wrist to squeeze the ball through the square leg and the third man who were there. And the ball went for 4.
And that's what we're talking about. Fortunate that you see the Italians the Italians pull in front of square. The Ugandans like to pull behind square. And I'll be thinking, I'll tell you my new school, number 3 after this ball. Oh, shot from Emilio Nico.
Yeah.
Hit straight back down the ground. And on any ground in the world, that should be a boundary.
Really beautiful shot over the bowler's head. Really, really classy neat. I can never doubt their technique. We have seen them, both Nicole and Said, blocking the ball from under their nose. I can say under their nose. And now we see this shot. A pitch up delivery just stands tall and hits it over the bowler's head. The score is 20 after 4 overs.
Good areas from Bilal Hassan, who continues from the garden end. I think Bilal has found his mark from that side. And just like the Ugandans, if you don't use your feet to try and get them off their mark, Grant Stewart troubled the Ugandans from the highway end. And then Bilal now seems to have settled from the garden end. I think I like Shea Hope of West Indies.
Yeah. Leave alone Shea Hope. For West Indies, I go with King. The captain really has some class in him.
Very well bowled there by Bilal Hassan. Journeyman Bilal Hassan continues to work very hard. Bilal also missing out on selection, but as he works his way back into the team, he's doing a fantastic job for the Uganda A side. And maybe I'll add from the new school as well. Not so much new school, but Roger Mukasa, another of my favorites.
Jean Piero Sergio is really good at blocking that ball, and keeping his shape is something that you have to look up to. If you're a new generation batsman, you really have to wait for the ball. You really have to align very well into the ball. Oh, yeah.
Side edge. Matthew Musinguzi with the fielding. Nia ran past the ball, but is able to keep it in. Jean Pierre is doing a fine job. I think he's had a couple of balls coming off the edge, but he's doing a fantastic job.
That was a very good variation of the line. This time he puts it outside off and tries to go for a cut shot or to cover or to drive through the covers, but doesn't get enough bat on it and nearly plays on.
Can see there Bilal brings the fine leg back into the circle, and then he drops a deep mid wicket. Raghav Dhawan is sent down there. Maybe he's trying to set up his man. Again, good areas there from Bilal Hassan. Very, very tidy, Bilal, and he's been a key member of that bowling lineup for Uganda. That has Cosmas Chewuta and Jema Miyagi. He's been the senior statesman of the two. He's always been is always used to make sure he's repairing any damage that may have been caused by the other two. So he knows how to hit that line and length very well.
Leave alone repairing, Mr. Dennis. My mentor always tells me that if you see an experienced player on the team, know that his knowledge. He's adding.
Okay, good stuff there from Bilal Hassan.
Bilal is adding some knowledge into these youngsters, the likes of Juma Miyaji and Cosmas Cheutra. It is a very big opportunity that those guys have grew up in the generation of Hassan Bilal, and I think he has something that he has added to their knowledge of cricket.
Yeah, and I think that is something that is a responsibility to took on very well, just to try and introduce new skills to the young ones, especially at how to bowl at the back end. He's been the specialist bowler for Uganda at the back end in the shorter format. On the pads and walk through the gap by Emilio Nico to the boundary.
Beautiful shot, really beautiful cricketing shot. Beats the fielders all through. No one races after the ball. That was really perfectly timed. Waits for the ball up to that last instant, and he squeezes it through the mid area region. That was a powerful flick shot. The score is 25 after 5 overs for the loss of 1 wicket.
Rizzo will continue from the highway end. Very well done there by Gian Piero Mid. You can see there Mid took a small shuffle just to try and get Rizzo off that line. The Ugandans hanging on the ring need to move in very quickly.
That's the modern way of playing ODI. Even we see in Test cricket, players are going for very big shots. We see the likes of Rahmatullah Gurbaz playing that kind of cricket, coming down the track for the pace bowlers, and this is something that Gay is doing really well, and hopefully Italy will continue to do the same thing. But I love the innovation here.
No pace in that. I don't know why Emilio is trying to play that square drive. He sets himself up very well, but he doesn't put power in the shot.
Unlucky for him, the ball didn't have speed on it, but had pace on it, it would have raced to the boundary. It was a very beautiful cricketing shot. He aligns himself very well.
Soft hands and run down to third man by Emilio. It's intelligent cricket by Emilio. It's not just looking to hit boundaries, but he knows how to also use the soft hands.
Really beautiful and gifted hands he has. You can really see the technique I was talking about. Waiting for the ball and playing it late.
Yeah, the field set here are still bothering Riyazat Ali Shah, just trying to make sure the guys who are on the cover region, all of them were on the same line. You can see now Riyazat just pulling out of his run-up to just make sure everyone is in an organized position. As many as 6 fielders on the offside for Riyazat Ali Shah. Good stuff there from Rizzo. So by the time you try and cream the ball through those 6 fielders, that would undoubtedly be a very good shot. Use of the feet from GM Pyramid. But Pasco Murungi comes around to do the fielding. You can see what Mid is doing is the right thing. You can't just stay in your crease and wait for things to happen. You need to make things happen as a batter.
We're all talking about the technique that Emilio Nikogay has. Back the scenes, he plays for Northamptonshires, and he has had so many games.
Up-ish, but runs away. Some work to do for Joseph Baguma. Is able to pull the ball in, and they just pick it double. The only false shot there from Emilio. He's been looking very, very solid. After 6 overs, Italy 30 for 1.
Emilio Nikogay plays for Northamptonshires, played in the Vitality Blast 2023, 2022 and 2021. That can prove the skill and the technique he has.
Whoa! Goes through the gate again. This one staying low on Jean Pierre Mid, and Bilal Hassan picks a second wicket. Italy lose their second, 30 for 2.
Really beautiful delivery there. Really, really beautiful. That is the second time we have seen Hassan Bilal bowl the Italians through the block hole. I think there was something with the wicket. The ball didn't raise as the batter had anticipated, but nevertheless, the wicket, another wicket for Hassan Bilal.
Italy 30 for 2. Bilal Hassan with both wickets for the Uganda A side. Bilal intelligent. The side from which is bowling the garden end, the ball has been staying low a bit. And then Bilal now bowling wicket to wicket. And if he's able to get one to stay low, that's how he was able to clean up Jean-Pierre Mid. But the new batter for Italy, AJ Mosca. Good shot there from AJ Mosca. Gets off the mark immediately with the boundary. Got a strong hand to it, Kenneth Waiswa, but couldn't keep it in.
That was really a beautiful shot and a powerful one. Hassan Bilal misses on his length, misses on his lane, and bowls a loose delivery, I might say. The one that doesn't pitch and comes full to the batter, and he does no mistake and sends this to the boundary. That's an easy way, or a very good way for a batter to get off the markers, especially when you've just entered in.
Shot.
Woo!
Out of here from Mosca. Is a man on a mission onto that ball in a flash, and he deposits it into the pavilion here at the Serenity Oval.
Wow, wow. Really beautiful shot. Really beautiful cricket to watch here today. The new batter has come in with intent. Anthony JM has scored 10 runs so far. That was a very short delivery, and he does no mistake. Picks up the lane of the ball and pulls off on the front foot, and it's another boundary.
10 off 2 balls already for AJ Mosca. I think he wants us to go back to Kampala quickly. It's been a good comeback there from Bilal Hassan. That's a line he's been getting the wickets with, so he needs to stick to that line. Couple of words there between AJ Mosca and Bilal Hassan.
That's really expected.
So it's a mentality of fast bowlers. They never want to be hit.
He has been intimidated for sure, conceding 10 runs off just 3 deliveries, and now he comes back to his lane and has a word to say to the batter. Now the contest is on.
Uses his feet, Mosca. The war of words will continue between Bilal Hassan and AJ Mosca. I'm telling you, the war of words, even from where we are, we can hear them. The war of words will continue between the two. But we will enjoy the contest.
But in cricket, words don't win. They are the actions that do. Hopefully Hassan Bilal will defend his words, not only to be disappointed by the actions of the batters that are taking him on.
Yeah, Bilal Hassan, not a very happy man, especially afterwards. He wouldn't mind the full toss that went for a boundary, but when he was picked up for 6, I think he must have felt insulted. It was insulting his pace. Emilio is now on strike. Firmly behind the ball. Emilio has looked very, very untroubled ever since he opened the batting.
He's a patient
End of
player.
the 7th over, 41 for 2. Bowling change for Team Uganda. The young Joseph Baguma comes into the attack from the highway end to replace the captain, Riazat Alisha. And a good end there for Joseph Baguma to bowl. He has a lot of drift. That's a bigger side of the ground rather than him bowling from the highway end. Hit straight down the track. Some work to do. Very well done by Pasco Murungi. That's Christopher Kidega, not Pasco Murungi. Starts off with a full toss. A better matchup for Joseph Baguma against Emilio Nico.
The last time Joseph Baguma played on this ground, he was playing a National League coming from Nyakasura. He picked 2 wickets.
Completely missed. What a bowling from Joseph Baguma. Walks past that one, Emilio Nico Gay, and immediate rewards. The bowling change comes with the wicket. Benjamin Baguma with a turn, and Cyrus Kakulu completes the stamping.
I've never doubted what he can do. I've never doubted his potentials. Given the challenges, bring Joseph Baguma on. Completely out of nowhere. Tries to go for a big shot. Nico Gay, but doesn't get the line of the ball, and the turn was very big. And the wicketkeeper does no mistakes.
Top quality work from the young players. Cyrus Kakuru from one end with a beautiful stamping, reminding me of my days. And Joseph Baguma reminding probably Frank Nsuvugo of his days as well. Some good work there from the young lads.
Was still mentioning of the game that Baguma last played at this ground. He picked 2 wickets, having bowled 9.2 overs. He had a very mammoth partnership with Musinguzi Matthew, with whom he's in the team. And Musinguzi Matthew in that game bowled 10 overs and picked 4 wickets. And that brought a very low score for Ceylon Lions.
Gareth Kyle Bug, the new batter for Italy. I'll tell you something about Joseph Baguma. I know it's also your lad. When you go back, you need to tell him he looks too serious for a young man. He needs to smile a lot more. I've never seen him smiling. Full face of the bat from Gareth Mid.
Most times he says...
Gareth Bug, not Mid.
Oh, he says, what is the relevance of a smile? If I can do things, if I don't intimidate or if I don't insult you, why should I smile?
No, he needs to smile a lot more. It's very, very healthy for him to smile. He's such a talented lad.
And again, he's an introvert, so you expect that from him.
Very well played. Challenge on here, and Joseph Baguma is throwing down the challenge. I remember I took him to the airport when he was going to make his senior debut for the cricket craze. Not senior debut, he was going for that Namibia tour. But we hardly said anything apart from how are you and have a safe flight.
I remember that moment. He was still at Nyakasura. Imagine being in high school and you're playing for the national side.
Very good stuff. Oh, sent back quickly. Oh,
Thank you.
Given out. Very good work in the field from Team Uganda. Riazat Ali Shah, Joseph Baguma in partnership. They've worked in partnership to make sure that they get rid of Anthony Joshua Mosca. Baggy there, very unhappy with himself because he made the call and he sold his partner down the river. Italy 42 for 3.
When there is always pressure, bring on Joseph Baguma. He's a youngster. Dennis Musala, as you mentioned, is really young, but he has matured in the game. He knows what to do exactly at the exact moment. And now, another batter departs, bringing another wicket fall for Italy, making a total of 42 for 4 after only 8 overs.
Nyakasura connection now in the attack. Musinguzi Matthew coming from the garden end. Again, a very good plan here from Riazat Alisha. Very intelligent. This is a shorter boundary, but for you to hit Musinguzi out, you'll be hitting against the spin. So it's a better idea for Musinguzi to ball from this end and Benjamin from ball from the other end, as both of them, if you're going to attack them, you'll be attacking the bigger side of the ground.
The partnership between Musinguzi Matthew and Joseph Baguma reminds me of the time they were playing together at the Under-19 World Cup down in West Indies, where they managed to pick UAE double-handedly, only the two of them.
Bucks away. They thought about taking the run, but very unsure. Grant Stewart and and Gareth Bugg on different networks. Tossed up in the air. This time Grant Stewart takes a quick single, takes on the arm of Kenneth Whiter. He's able to scamper through for a single. It's hard for Kenneth Whiter to step up because this is a shorter boundary. If you step up so much, then it will be easy to hit the ball over your head.
Now, Italy, that seemed to be very settled in the beginning of the innings, are now really hustling, trying on to take risky runs. We saw that wicket for Virat Kohli yesterday in the test. It's a similar scenario, but this time round, it doesn't turn into a wicket.
Yeah, I think the wicket from that wicket from Bilal Hassan to get rid of Marcus Capampiano was really the sliding door moment for Uganda. Started making inroads into the Italian batting team. Good stuff so far from Matthew Musinguzi. Another one from that talent factory Nyakasura School has been for the last couple of years. Played at the World Cup as part of the 2022 Under-19 team. Half tracker from Musinguzi. That's a poor ball. Grant who just hit it for a single. But that's a very, very talented boy, Matthew Musinguzi. He's been given time and has developed in such a very good player. Learned the game in a very short time. Surprised everyone by making that World Cup team.
And he's very known for his calm demeanor. He's really humble and sometimes very funny to be with. That is the delivery that as a batter you don't have to face, the one that comes back into you, knowing that the ball is bowling balls turning away from you, and now he drifts one back into you. That was a very good delivery, and you saw it caught Grant on the back foot, and that marked the end of the 9th over. The score is 45-4.
Joseph Baguma will continue from the highway end. May think Joseph Baguma only bowls off spin, but he's a very clever bowler. He has another ball that is really interesting.
I will disagree with you there, Mr. Dennis. If you're facing danger.
Oh, not very sure, Grant Stewart, but he comes forward. Can see their hands on his head, Joseph Baguma, looking like a headmaster.
That is most decisive ball, the one that turns away from the right-hander. Is it called carambol? Yeah, he does. He does that carambol and he really controls it and has picked most of his wickets.
Properly behind the ball, Gareth Bugg. Italy will have to do something. They still need about 138 runs. Again, very well bowled by Joseph Baguma. Deceives him in the air.
Really beautiful. Really beautiful piece of bowling. As a batter, you have keep thinking what is coming next, having faced the one that comes in and the other that goes away. Doesn't give you time to think. You only have to do that within microseconds. You have to really be good to do that as a player.
Tossed up in the air. The diving Simon Sesazi cannot get to it, and that should race away to the boundary. Lucy now on the final ball of the 10th over. Italy 50 for 4 after 10 overs.
After the 10th over, Uganda was 58 for 1.
That didn't miss much. Grant Stewart giving himself too much room, and he nearly lost his off stump.
That's another skill that Musinguzi Matthew has, to bowl the ball drifting into the batter.
Yeah, backs away, and this time he's able to find the sweeper. I've always been interested that even when he's in that sweeping position, Joseph Baguma, I don't know how he mastered that, but he still does the long barrier perfectly.
He doesn't want to do errors. He doesn't want to do mistakes. Why do you go for something that will result into mistakes, yet they are simple things?
It's a very good habit. It's good to learn good habits when you're still very, very young, so that as you keep growing in the game, they become second nature.
A very good piece of bowling from Matthew.
Very good hustle so far from Matthew Musinguzi. A good experience for these young ones, for players like Matthew Musinguzi who are still growing, for them to have an opportunity and play against players who have played some first-class cricket.
He's a very serious player. When you're facing him, never does he give you a smile. He's ever serious and focused on what to do. And we've seen him doing so many variations there.
Oh, good stuff there from Yazat Ali Shah. Top drawer work there from the captain, leading from the front in the field.
Really, really beautiful. Really beautiful. That over only went for one run, and that marked the end of the 11th run. The score is 51 for 4.
Bucks away, Buggy, and is able to beat the infield, and that should race away for a boundary. Small side of the ground. Loose ball to start off there for Joseph Baguma. You need to work with your field, Joseph Baguma. But we're out of the power play. Maybe he can ask his captain to just try and give him more protection. Uganda only has 2 fielders outside the circle.
In the last 6 overs, only 26 runs were conceded. The only expensive over was the one that Hassan Bilal bowled, the 50 over. Rather, the 7th over that went for 11 runs. And now the spinners have come and slowed down the run rate.
Yeah, a good passage of play for the Ugandans. They've just been able to slow down the Italians. The run rate climbing to at least 6 runs every over. Straight to the fielder. hit straight to the fielder, and Matthew Musinguzi takes a hot catch to get rid of Grant Stewart.
In my mind, I was thinking of why aren't the Italians coming and to play from the front foot? And now I've seen the reason as to why they are not playing from the front foot. The moment he tried to play from front, he's ended in the snares of Matayo. Another wicket falls.
Yeah, not a bad plan from Grant Stewart, just trying to hit over the top. Had the distance, but no height over Matthew Musinguzi, who takes a very good catch over his head. A ball was traveling, and I think he needed to just steady himself on the ground to be able to hold on to it.
And again, the ball was overpitched, so it didn't give Grant much room or much time to get under the ball and clear it over the fielder who was in the 30, Mathayo, who is tall, and ended into his hands.
Yeah, the Bible boys, Matthew and Joseph, combining. Nyakasura connection there. 55 for 5 Italy.
Even at the Nyakasura team, cricket team, they are the two boys that always come and try sort things out when the pace bowlers haven't had a good day, and they are continuing to do this. Remember, they first caused a cascade of dot balls there, and now a wicket has fallen as a cutters of dot balls.
Good matchup here for Joseph Baguma. We saw him getting rid of Emilio with one that Emilio walked past. And it's a much better matchup. Good intelligence from Niyazat Alisha, ensuring that the slip is in there. Roger Mukasa. Ooh. I don't want to be a left-hander facing Joseph Baguma. Very good over from the young man. Gave away boundary but picked up a wicket. Italy now 55 for 5 after 12 overs. Matthew Musinguzi will continue from the garden end and bowling to Gareth Kyle Bag.
I love the partnership between Matthew and Benja. Matthew tries and comes in and makes more dot balls, dries the runs.
Yes and no call, confusion out in the middle. Gareth Bag departs. Another run out for Italy. And this time the experienced Gareth Bag departs. As scoreboard pressure getting to Gareth Bag. And the calling very poor with Rakibol. Italy lose their 6th wicket. But I think good stuff there from the Ugandans as well. They've been very, very sharp in the field. They've been in the moments. They've been available in the moments to be able to take those opportunities. 2 run outs so far. The fielding coach should be given a bonus.
Those are the moments that are always in the game of cricket. There are times when the batters are on top, and there is another time when the bowlers are also on top. Now this is the time when Uganda is really on top of Italy. And now they have to continue doing the same thing. But the reason that we have to think of, as a captain, you have to ponder of, can we continue doing this? Can we continue drying out these runs?
Zain Ali is the new batter for Italy. Italy railing at 55 for 6 in 12.2 overs. The pressure on Italy now. You can see Uganda have added another slip. Raghav Dawani joining Roger Mukasa in that slip cordon.
Zain Ali yesterday scored 45 and
easily finds the sweeper. Zain Ali got 45 in the first practice game for Italy. I think something that Matthew needs to add to his skill and repertoire. I think all young left-arm spinners try and copy what Jadeja does these days. Just balls at stump to stump. But if you can be able to turn one ball away from that outside edge, that can be your surprise ball.
yeah,
So every time someone is playing for the turn, shapes his body well, Rakib, but won't find the gap. So every time someone is just trying to play for the line, they just never pick the turn. Can give you rewards there in the slip region.
That's a really good observation, Mr. Dennis. If we can compare the innings that Jadeja played with Santina in the Test cricket against India and New Zealand, you saw Santina turns the ball and picked more wickets than Jadeja does. And so, if you're a spinner, you have to get and try to beat that outside edge, not just kidding the ball. At the end of the 13th over, the score is 56 for 6.
Tosses one up in the air, Joseph Baguma. Again, a very intelligent field set there from Riyazat Ali Shah. Raghav Dhawan is short of in the position, looks like short mid-wicket-ish. And then there's uses his feet, gets to the pitch of the ball. It's up in the air. It's been in the air for quite a while. But Christopher Kidega, I think, lost sight of the ball. Not very impressive area. Riyazat Ali Shah. I think Riyazat Ali Shah is trying to remind him that we are setting traps. And we need to make sure we are taking all these chances.
Baguma Joseph, when he mostly bowls that flated delivery, it may appear a flated delivery, but it is always deeping in. We saw for the delivery that took Grant, he wanted to go for a big shot over the mid-off region, but it was deeping and didn't.
Good use of his feet again, the chance, but will fall short of Christopher Kidega. Zain Ali not looking very sure against Joseph Baguma. And a very good field set there from Riyazat Ali Shah. Most of the fielders are where the ball is going. That's how things are supposed to be done.
He's been lucky twice, but I don't think he will be lucky the third time, given that he has skied so far 2 balls but falling short of the fielder. But that has to be a hail for the bowler who is really bowling to the good areas.
Ooh, pops up in the air. Umpire doesn't give it, just telling them it came off. You can see there Rakib ball indicating that it came off his shoulder. I'm telling you, the left-handers having a torrid time against Benjamin Baguma.
That's a really good delivery there. Turn and bounce. Off the back foot and only pushes it through the covers, but there is protection and 1 run in the end. That marks the end of the 14th over. The score is 60 for 6. Only 4 wickets left for Team Italy.
shot, and that one will come attack the commentary box. Fortunate was in trouble. Hit straight down the ground by Rakibol, over pitched from Matthew Musinguzi.
Really, really beautiful shot there. I think Matthew is realizing that he's facing the left-hander and tries to bowl with a Chinaman, but doesn't go his way, and it is punished for 6.
And this time on the pads, some work to do for Raghav Dawani. And the chase will be in vain for him. Back-to-back boundaries. See, the challenge here for Matthew is that the matchup again doesn't work for him with the lefty. He becomes easy pickings. It's the shorter side of the ground. So anything he pitches up will be easily picked by the batters, especially Rakibul. Rakibul has been having a terrible time against Benjamin. I think he's also trying to make up for the dot balls against Baguma. Oh, well played there by Rakibul. He'll just get the single. Matthew has been bowling well against the right-handers because that matchup works well for him, but the first time he's bowled to Rakibul, it's put him under the pump a little bit. Ooh. Matthew Musinguzi with the rewards. Beaten all hands up there, Zain Ali, and Italy lose their 7th wicket.
The combination of Matthew and Benja continues. Really continues. Matthew, who clean bowls his opponent Zain Ali, who scored 45 last time, now gets another wicket onto his name. A very big wicket, having conceded a boundary, a very big 6 of the left-hander. He compensates by picking the right-hander. A very good way to come back into the contest. Very well bowled for the youngster there.
Zain Ali departs. Will be no lucky days, no deja vu for him. 71 for 7, Italy.
At this stage of the game, Uganda was 75 just for 3 wickets. But now the difference is in the wickets. Italy is at 7 wickets for 71 runs.
The new batter, Jasparit Singh for Italy. But a very, very good passage of play. Bowlers working in partnership. Matthew Musinguzi and Joseph Baguma. Oh, top quality line from Matthew Musinguzi. Prodding on the front foot, Jasparit Singh, not sure. That one beats the outside edge.
Another advantage that that Matthew has is his height and body size.
Yeah, now Italy entangled in the Ugandan A-web. And especially that web being spanned by those 2 bowlers, Matthew Musinguzi and Joseph Baguma. The 2 have applied pressure and picked wickets as well. The loose balls have been picked up, but they've just made sure that they apply consistent pressure. Oh, Rakibol trying to come up with ideas, trying to play the ramp shot. There's not enough pace in that ball. Rakibol has struggled against Joseph Baguma. This should be an interesting encounter. This time he lets it go.
After having cut off all the options that he has. He can't drive, and now he wants to go for an conversion way. Oh ho ho, cleaned up. Really beautiful piece of bowling there. Big turn in the end. Baguma Joseph is really doing something that he really knows best. Mr. Dennis.
Very good work there by Joseph Baguma, fielding off his own bowling. He's also very good fielder. So not so many things go past him when you hit them back.
When still growing danger, I never saw him lose sight of the ball.
Tossed up in the air, and Rakibol, I think his eyes lit up. He said, "This is the one I've been waiting for."
Unfortunately, it was the wrong one. The ball was turning back into him. He didn't pick the arm of the ball. Wanted to hit it with the turn, but it was turning the other way. The carom ball that turns back into the left-hander. I was still telling you that that guy Benja doesn't get loose of the ball. He's always with the ball in the hand. When he was growing up, he has really tried so much and has really trained so much with the ball, and those are the results that we see today.
That is a good ball there from Joseph.
Another wrong one.
Yeah, I was worried when I saw a big booming drive coming from Jasparit Singh. Another good over from Baguma. Just one run off it. $72 for 7 after 16 overs. Very well bowled. Good areas there from Musinguzi Matthew. He just needs to find a way of making sure he keeps Rakibul quiet. Ooh. If he gets off the strike, that allows him to bowl to the right-hander, which is a favorable matchup for him.
The good thing with the two bowlers of Uganda, Matthew and Benja, they have forced the batters to play from the back foot. They are not allowing them to come on foot on the full. That means they are bowling a very good length. Oh,
yeah, very good shot. The conventional sweep shot from Rakibul, and races away to the boundary. Matthew straying on the pads.
Yeah, that was a loose delivery, I might say. Given the batter a ball on the body and does no mistakes, plays it finer. Very good use of the wrist there, because there is no protection in the deep.
Straight down the ground. Pasco taking a nap on the boundary. Can see there Roger Mukasa just reminding him that that's a bigger side of the ground, so you need to step up a bit. Tossed up in the air from Matthew Musinguzi. Very unhappy with himself there. Just didn't get everything didn't go the way he wanted in that over. 5 runs off that over. 77 for 7 after 17. And the teams will now take a drinks break. Italy 77 for 7. A very good passage of play for Uganda. The two young slow bowlers, Matthew Musinguzi and Joseph Baguma, throwing a spanner in the works of Italy. 77 for 7 for now. If you look at the bowling scorecard for Team Uganda, looking at the bowling scorecard there for Team Uganda, Bilal Hassan with the early breakthroughs at the top, 2 for 23 for him. But the 10 overs that Matthew Musinguzi and Benjamin Baguma have bowled, they've just gone for 36 runs and been able to pick up 3 wickets. Italy will need something big when they come back from the drinks break. A start there from Emilio Nico Gay, 21, but the rest, unfortunately, unable to make anything of it. Rakibul Hassan, 18, not out. And is the man that Ita will be looking at to make a charge for the total. We'll take a break and we'll be back. Back after this drinks break. Italy need 107 from 16 overs, just about 6.5 runs every over. Uganda have done brilliantly. Joseph Baguma and Mafi Musinguzi. Uganda A have done so well. Mafi Musinguzi and Joseph Baguma have combined for 10 overs, giving away 36 runs and picked 3 wickets. And they've left Italy in a poor position, 77 for 7. Those two have applied the pressure, and with that pressure also came 2 good run-outs that have left Italy in a very, very difficult position. Joseph Baguma comes on to bowl his final over of the game. Remember, this is a 33-over match. 33 over, maybe Joseph Baguma and Mafi Musinguzi can bowl at least 7 overs each. Another slip has been added for Rakibul, who's been struggling against Joseph Baguma. Ooh, completely missed the ball, and he was straying out of his crease, and is given out by the umpire, Juma Gawala. Not aware of his surroundings, Rakibul, and immediately after the drinks break, Uganda have another breakthrough. The 3rd run out of the game.
That was really magical, Baguma. Really, really magical. Cleanly squaring the batter, having no idea of the ball where he's going, and is at last run out by Tawan in the slip there. Really, really good ball. Really beautiful ball to play.
Yeah, very intelligent stuff there from Raghav Dawani. Rakibul has really had a torrid time against Joseph Baguma. And unfortunately, this time he just didn't know his surroundings. Walked out of his crease casually. Raghav Dawani with the direct hit to get rid of him. 77 for 8, Italy.
Today it has really exposed the Italian weakness of playing spin. I thought it was only a weakness for Team Uganda as they really struggled to face the spinners for Italy, but it's proving to be either way.
Yeah, works both ways. Italy's struggles against spin, very, very evident. But take away nothing from those two young boys, Joseph Baguma and Mafi Musinguzi. I think they have applied the necessary pressure. Damith comes out to bat for Italy. Oh, very well bowled. I think when Joseph Baguma says left-handers, he must be smiling. He may not show it, but he must be smiling.
I've always had conversations with Benja. He's always like, if I see a left-hander, I really enjoy the spell. I really like him bowling to the left-handers, and today it has really proved.
And good to see that Riyazat Alisha has the confidence in the both of them. Hand them the ball and allow them to weave some magic on the wicket. They've really had a good time, the two of them.
Damith tries to play a well left on the off spin, but the ball is Karam and hits him on the body. Oh.
Nowhere to go for Damith. He spun webs against the Ugandan A players. This time it's his turn to face his own music. Tries to play against the spin. No connection whatsoever, and a very good over from Joseph Baguma. Maiden wicket. Italy 18 overs gone, 77 for 8. You good use of the feet and launches that onto the bunker here, the Serenity Oval. Jaspreet Singh is tired of waiting around.
That was really powerful shot and very perfectly timed. A very good use of the feet. That's something that you have to do. That's something that you have to employ. Coming down the track, cover the lane of the ball and hit it with power.
Yeah, and it's something we didn't see the Ugandans do, use of the feet. See the one that Matthew tossed up in the air became easy pickings for Jaspreet Singh. Again, tosses the one up in the air and same result. Someone will go and collect that ball.
That's really beautiful shot. Really, really beautiful shot. Over the deep mid-off region. Deep off region. And another boundary for Jaspreet Singh. I think he has picked up some things. He has picked up. Oh, yo. That was close. Really close. That's a very good way to come back into the attack, Matthew. After conceding 2 boundaries, very big boundaries, you pick up your lane.
Oh. Bowler prevails. Matthew gets his man after being taken down for 2 sixes. Matthew is able to get one to skid through and get rid of Jaspreet Singh.
I remember that ball, the skidding ball. Matthew has been practicing it after watching the West Indies game against Uganda in the T20, courtesy of Akil Hussein, and that was something that Ivan Tauthamwira, the coach of Nyakasura Cricket Club, has been urging Matthew to do, and I'm very happy to see Matthew can perfectly execute that. We have seen a couple of drift balls, and Matayo has another wicket on his name.
Matayo means Matthew for those who may not know, but Matthew Musinguzi and Joseph Baguma came with a different rule book. They've made sure that they tear down the plan book for Italy and have put Uganda in a commanding position. Hasib Khan comes out to bat for Italy. Yeah, Hasib Khan gets off the mark immediately. Now Italy into the 90s. A bit of a soul-searching performance here from Team Italy. They'll go back with some homework for themselves. They've just had some struggles against the spin. And after 19 overs, 90 for 9, Italy. Well, we are in Baguma's world and we enjoy living in it, especially against two left-handers, Hasib and Damit. But will be the final over for Joseph Baguma. Oh, pushes as it there, Hasib. Needs to be careful not to use hard hands. There are two guys in sleep waiting.
Ooh. And really, Benja would love to see Hasib coming on the front foot, because he knows he may get that outside edge. That's something he's happy of when the wicket is turning.
Oh, another one. Baguma has had a good time today, bowling to the left-handers. You'd want to see one going to sleep.
This is one of the innings that Baguma won't forget.
Again, Baguma, a reminder of what the future holds for the Ugandan team, especially for the off-spinners. Oh, goes up in the air, but nothing given by the umpire. Baguma following in a very long line of some great off-spinners for the Ugandan team. Frank Subuga, Davis Karashani have all been great servants of the game, and with Baguma, again, tosses one up in the air. Hasib gets good bat on it. Bilal Hassan with the clean up in the deep. And that should end the spell there from Joseph Baguma. What a beautiful spell from Joseph Baguma. 6 for 2 in 7 overs. Hats off for the young man.
Musinguzi Matthew comes in to bowl his last over, the 7th over. His last, but not the last of the innings over. Straight away he starts with a dot ball. Another dot ball. Very good piece of bowling. Asking the bowlers to defend from the front. That's something that we haven't seen. It has been bizarre for the other bowlers, rather other batters who have been batting. They haven't really played from the front foot. And this is posing a challenge to Hasib, who is playing from the front foot. It's something that the bowler has to work with. Oh, put down. That was really close. There is a slip fielder. Dawan Raghuvanji.
Yeah, Hasib there nearly fell in the trap. Hasib and Demith are on that plan just to make sure the Ugandans stay in the field a lot longer, because now big mountain to climb, 93 from 12.2 overs. Tossed up in the air by Matthew. Kenneth Waiswa comes around to just keep it to a single. Final ball for Matthew Musinguzi's spell. The two boys complementing each other very well. The left arm spin of Matthew Musinguzi and the right arm off spin for Joseph Baguma.
Powerful shot there. Tries to go for a cut shot, but doesn't align himself well. That marks the end of the spell of the two spinners, Joseph Baguma and Musinguzi Matthew. Their total spell went for 14 overs. They only conceded 56 runs. Only 50 runs, sorry. And picking a couple of wickets, picking 4 wickets in between themselves. And three run outs fell for their snatch, for their period. That would be a total of 7 wickets between their spell. Very, very good piece of bowling. Kudos to the two youngsters who have been very good for Uganda A in this training game.
Brian Mark Masaba comes into the attack to replace Joseph Baguma from that highway end. Very good, very intelligent Brian Masaba. He can bowl both types of spin. Against the left-handers, he will bowl off spin, and against right-handers, he will bowl the leg spin.
Yeah, it's a very good ad to have. But for me, I would prefer a bowler who uses googly to bowl to the left-handers instead of off spin.
Missed there by Riazat Alisha. There will be some work to do for Pasco Murunji, but he won't cut off the ball. I think Pasco was in the wrong position. You can see there Riazat Alisha just trying to tell him he was very, very wide.
Yeah,
Goes
sure.
back to what I was telling you earlier on, that these days in international cricket, you want spinners who beat that outside edge and not the inside edge. So you want guys who are challenging the outside edge. That's why Brian tries to bowl off spin to left-handers and leg spin to right-handers.
I think he even has the googly, but doesn't mostly employ it. He rarely employs the googly, but it's very good. We saw him in the World Cup. He was very, very good with the ball.
Yeah, because most guys, you don't want them. If someone is going to hit against a spin, they need to be very good players. They need good, solid technique. So you want to always be challenging that outside edge. Tosses up in the air there, Brian Masaba. The only loose ball went to the ropes. Finishes a very good 22nd over, 96 for 9, Italy.
Now Hassan Bilal comes into the attack, replacing Musinguzi Matthew. We saw him very good with the ball in the previous overs, in the first overs of the power play, picking 2 crucial wickets for Uganda, and now comes into the attack. Can he employ that skill we talked about when bowling in the dead end at the last stage of the game? Which balls do you bowl? Those are the Yorker balls, maybe slower balls, and we've seen him do those couple of times.
Bilal Hassan, very good at the back end. He knows how to bowl the reverse swing. So do not be surprised when he's deploying a lot of Yorkers. The challenge is that with that plan is that when you miss your length by a margin, you either bowl a full toss or you have volley, and it could be easy pickings. But nonetheless, you need to bowl to a plan. In the slot from Bilal Hassan, and I don't think he's going to go away from there.
And again, that poses a question as a bowler. Do you know how to bowl to the tailenders? This is the last man standing, last wicket. It also takes a skill set to bowl in the last overs and to bowl to the tailenders. The way you bowl to the top order batsman is not the way you bowl to the tailenders. Now Hassan Bilal changes the side that he's bowling to. Comes from right arm over.
Changing ends, but over pitched from Bilal Hassan, and one bounce into the rope. Damith with the boundary.
Like you said, when you want to go for a Yorker and you miss your lane, things don't go well for your side. And this is what has happened for Hassan Bilal. Tries to go for a Yorker and it is pitched up, and the batter does no mistake. Demith sends it to the boundary. Off a flick shot, very beautifully played and executed.
No ball indicated by the umpire. Trying to overcompensate there. Bilal Hassan ends up overstepping. The free hit loading for Damith. That boundary brought up the 100 for Italy, 102 for 9.
I think after Bilal conceding any boundary, he goes for a short ball, like we saw in his second over, rather 50th over of the inning, where he went for a boundary of a full toss. The next ball went for a short ball that was clobbered for 6.
Oh, goes through the body of Simon Sesazi. Should have done better there, Simon Sesazi. The free hit punished by Damith.
Really well played. Perfectly timed. Nothing to lose, nothing to gain. Rather nothing to lose, but only to gain. He goes hard on a free hit, knowing that he won't be out even if he mishits it. And the results are paramount.
Tries to go for a big hit. I think they take a run off the misfield.
Poor standards of fielding there. Really poor fielding. But tried to pick it up. There is no pressure Why do you concede such loose runs in the end? Another one run for Italy.
Take a quick run. Someone was sleeping, raising his arms there. Kenneth Waiswa maybe thought that Bilal Hassan is going to do the fielding of his own bowling. The tail wagging for Italy. Damit and Hasib making sure the Ugandans stay in the field a lot longer. Again, pitched up by Bilal Hassan. You can see there Bilal trying to search for the wicket. And that brings the end to the 23rd over. Italy 108 for 9. 10 more overs left in this game. Just the 1 wicket for Italy. But Uganda being made to work for that 1 wicket by the tail enders.
Brand Masaba comes into the attack. Starts off with the half tracker. There is protection by Waguma. The batter tries to hit it hard. The ball had pace on it, but doesn't get any results out of it.
Half tracker from Brian. What he did in the first over was very good. Just trying to make sure you drag the batters on that front foot. That's the only way you can create an opportunity. But anything that is pitched down the wicket is a tail ender. They will rock back very quickly and pick it up.
There is a change in the field. One slip has been removed to the mid wicket region. Hope something Masawi is thinking about. Oh.
Had nearly rocked into the stumps. Bit solid here from Damit and Hasib. They're making Uganda wait. Usually they say you're making sure that the sun burns them a bit as well. Good sweep shot from Hasib. Connects with it sweetly and it races to the boundary.
Really beautiful shot. Really beautiful shot. Plays it behind of square. A sweep shot around the leg. And that brings another boundary for Dimith Kosala.
Also a very good opportunity. Very good opportunity for these tail enders to just have some time out in the middle. They may not win you the game. They say bowlers don't win you the game. They get you close, but at least it gives them confidence to have some time out in the middle. You never know, they might be required during the tournament. 24 overs gone, 113 for 9.
There is a change in the bowling attack for Uganda. Roger Mukasa comes into the attack, replacing Hassan Bilal. We know Roger Mukasa can do something with the ball. He's a part-time bowler, but he has a very good off-spin. And given that there are two left-handers on strike, two left-handers in the middle, I hope he has to do something with the ball, and that gives him an advantage, bowling the ball away from the left-handers. It's something good, but there is only one protection on the offside, and that is Kenneth Waiswa at the mid-off region.
Starts off with a wide there, Roger Mukasa. Can see they are trying to free his arms. Very, very easy there for Roger Mukasa for now. These two have decided to occupy the crease. They need 70 from 90 balls, from 9 overs. The boundary is loaded for Roger. Tosses one up in the air. He has a deep mid-wicket, someone at long on, and a deep square leg. So I'm thinking he's going to toss the ball up in the air. And he tosses one up in the air. Michael Koth doesn't give anything. That one just going with the arm.
That was a very beautiful delivery, asking the batter to block from the front, but doesn't get it right. He's turned all through and misses by an inch.
Goes up in the air. Kenneth Waiswa comes around, but just falls short of the fielder. Clearly, that's the plan from Roger Mukasa. So giving that ball in the air and trying to get the batters to hit out. Tosses another one in the air.
Very beautiful deception there. Tosses it up and removes the speed on the ball, and and it turns very big. Beautiful
this time
shot.
hits straight down the ground.
Bang.
Classic shot there from Damit, and gets half a dozen.
Really, really beautiful use of the feet. Comes down the track and finds the ball just under his bat and does no mistake and hits it over the bowler's head. That was a very powerful shot and very good over for Italy. The captain is trying something here.
Yeah, Italy now doing things that the Ugandans were not doing, using their feet more often. And every time the ball has been tossed up in the air, they've just been able to meet it on the half volley and hit straight.
And this is a last man standing, I might say, tailender, having those skill sets. I can say really, really good style. Really, really good style of play.
Raghav Dawani needs to be very careful in that region. You don't want to get hurt when there are only 2 days left before you check into the hotel.
The two spinners for Uganda, those are Bran Masaba and Roger Mukasa, haven't really posed such threat for Team Italy as we saw with Matayo and Benja. I think something has changed between the two. Only failing to pick one wicket that is left for Team Italy. Oh,
Tossed up in the air by Bran Masaba. Again, still trying to entice Damith into a big shot.
Now Masaba has packed 3 fielders on the onside. Those are the deep square leg, deep mid wickets, and long off.
Soft hands on. Very good stuff there from Benjamin Baguma. Joseph Baguma just never collected the ball in one motion. Very well done there by Bran Masaba. Skipping it tidy, let them play on that front foot. They will eventually get bored, and then something will give.
Bran isn't getting that much time as Benja was doing, and he still has the slip into action, and no ball has gone to the slip. I think that's another vacant region because the ball is not turning much. Now goes for a sweep shot, and there is protection. Very good cricket played by Dimeth Kosal. Very well bowled and very well played. That marks the end of the 26th over. The score is 126 for the loss of 9 wickets.
Roger Mukasa will continue from the garden end for the Ugandan A side. Quick single between Damith and Hasib. I think the two have done well to just make sure that Uganda stays in the field a lot longer. A couple of overs ago looked like it was going to end early, but Hasib and Damith have done well to make sure that the tail is wagging. And tossed up in the air, comes off the inside edge. You scamper through for a quick single. Roger very disappointed in the team. Just making sure that everybody knows that don't drop your standards. Tries to go for a big sweep. Damith doesn't connect with it.
A partnership of 31 runs has been put on board between Hasib and Dimith Kosal.
Yeah, very good partnership, ensuring that the tail wags for Italy. The two came together when they only have 89 runs. Good use of the feet from Demith. Hit straight, some work to do for Joseph Baguma. It's a beautiful cricket there from the young man. Good cricket all round. Joseph Baguma running in and picking up the ball first time to just make sure they don't get any more. End of the 27th over, 131 for 9. Brand Mark Masaba will continue from the highway end. This is a 33-over game. We had a delayed start here at the Serenity Oval in Kamengo due to a wet outfield, but at least the ground team working very hard to make sure that we have a game. The Serenity Oval in Kamengo, the home of the Ceylon Lions. Ceylon Lions led by Ruwan Jaratni, and who is also the proprietor of this facility. It's beautiful, beautiful ground here on the Masaka Highway. Just about 45 minutes drive from Kampala town. Could be less without the traffic. It's the second and final warm-up game for the Italians. Oh, that one staying low, but good collection from Cyrus Kakuru.
Very beautiful shot. There is Pasco in the deep and takes it. Oh, put down. Oh my God. That would have marked the end of an inning. Brand Masawa there is disappointed. Really, really disappointed. Pasco gave his best. Caught it at the first, but on the roll dropped it. That was really, really bad.
Can see in that effort there, Dami is very unhappy with himself because he nearly gave it away. Pascal Morungi didn't judge the catch properly, so he was unsure of whether to come in so much or stay back.
Shot.
Good use of the feet.
Matthew.
And to fly over the head of Matthew Musinguzi. This time there's no need of the fielder having a chance. That one goes all the way.
That's the problem when you drop someone. And now the game would have been done, but drops happen. Drops are always there. You will always expect a drop, but it isn't a guarantee that you have to drop.
Fake fielding there from Roger Mukasa. For a second I thought he was going to cut it off. A rare big over here for the Italians. 6, 7, 8 runs already. Make that 9. 10 runs from the over, not 9. Pitched up by Brian Masaba. Very well played by Hasib. Hasib and Damit have really made Uganda wait and work for that final wicket. 142 for 9 after 28 overs. 5 more overs left in this particular game. Required rate is 8.4. Need 42 runs from 30 balls. I think Italy could be feeling that if they still had some wickets in the bag, they would try and make a charge for it.
I think it is at this stage of the game where you have to bring in hopefully a quick bowler, because they are going hard at the slow bowlers and they haven't really been really good like the two spinners were. I think now you have to intimidate the batters with pace, and you have Kenneth Waithwa on the team. You have Hassan Bilal, you have Riyazat Ali Shah, I think the captain himself. I think there is something that you have to think about, not just bring on the spinners whom are appearing to be hit.
Yeah, you make a good point there, Fortunate. I think Riyazat Ali Shah has bowled the spin for far too long, and these tail enders are now have gotten used to it. Tries to go for a big shot and picks the gap as well. The boundary for Damit. So Riyazat Ali Shah, just tail enders never like pace. So you need to trust the bowlers to get you the breakthrough.
And the way how Italians are playing here, Hasib and Damit, it doesn't really show whether they are tail enders. This is a practice game, you never know. Shot.
There will be no catching that one because it goes all the way. A very, very small boundary here at the Serenity Oval from the garden end. Damith with half a dozen.
As I was still saying, these are practice games, so you have to think of your combination. I don't think these are tail enders. You have to use the best strategies as a captain, not just to bring on spinners. The two spinners, Brian Masawa and Roger Mukasa, haven't picked any wicket, but they have bowled.
Again, this time gives himself room and accesses the offside and hits it past the captain, Riazat Ali Shah, who gives him Damit now, and Hasib giving Riazat Ali Shah something to think about, because now the requirement has reduced. 28 runs required from 4.2 overs.
That was a really beautiful shot. Crunched through the covers with no protection. Even if there were protection, that ball would have raced to the boundary. Oh.
Very well played there by Damith. Staylanders really, they give out a couple of chances and the Ugandans put them down. They tell you that catches win games. Goes across the line. The quicker ball there from Roger Mukasa, nearly bringing an end to things here at the Serenity Oval. But the luck is with Damith. And after 29 overs, Italy is 156 for 9. They need 27 runs from 24 balls. The captain has had enough, so he brings himself into the attack. Riazat Ali Shah trying to get this final wicket. Italy needs 27 runs from 24 balls. Well played by Damith. He down the ground. They'll get the single. Riazat Ali Shah brings himself back into the attack. Those two run-outs here today for Italy, I think they are undoing, because those were big players. They took out of runs in their team. The Ugandans with some good fielding, but they've been a bit lackluster in the final. In the final power play, they've allowed Italy to get close. The Italians now needing 26 runs from 23 balls. You don't want to make it interesting. You always have to make sure you get the job done.
That was really close.
Never take a run off Brian Masaba. Need to be careful.
A 67-run partnership between the two, Dimith Kusala and Hasib Khan. That's a really mammoth score for the Thailanders, who were really cramping, and Italy was really at the verge of losing, and now they've brought in the game in two winning ways.
Again, a chance for a run out. Makes it back Just in time, Damith. The calling very poor right now between Hasib and Damith. Both of them on different networks. I think they're just trying to get access because you're starting to see the finishing line.
It's not the finishing lane. It's just that I think it's just that they've cut off their scoring options, given that they were scoring and hitting hard the spinners. But now with the pace, you have to really have that good timing and skill set to hit that ball that is old to the boundary.
Again, well played there by Hasib Khan to just get the single. I think what they need to do is try and target the bowler who's going to bowl from the garden end. This is a shorter boundary, so if you can be able to access the onside or hit the ball straight, you get good rewards. When someone is bowling from the highway ends, the hitting zones are the big side of the ground.
Yeah, sure.
Swings very hard and goes past the diving Brian Masaba. Brian Masaba always gives everything in the field. Hope Uganda, those drop chances don't come back to bite them, because now Italy is also smelling blood. 160 comes up for 9 wickets, 24 from 19 balls. Trying to charge the bowler, Hasib Khan. A good over from the captain, gave away just 3 runs. 24 from 18 is what Italy need. That's a partnership. The tail properly wagging for Italy. 71 from 67 balls. Big contribution from Damith. 42 from 30 and 24 from 38 from Hasib Khan. I think once these two, they came together when Joseph Baguma and Benjamin were finishing their spells, and once they were able to see them off, the rest of the bowling has been a touch kind for them. Pace on from Bilal Hassan, but in the slot, not a clean connection from Damith.
I think at this stage of the game, Uganda has to cut up any option for a boundary, because any boundary will be lethal for Team Uganda. So the captain has to do and set up very good fielding positions to cut up those boundaries. And as a bowler, you have to try as much as possible to see every ball doesn't go for a boundary, or at least you get a dot off for every delivery.
Swings for it, Damith, but Pascal Murungi is there. Uganda will have to work hard in these final few overs.
I don't think Uganda has to push the game up to the last over or to the last ball, because anything can change during that time. I think it is at this stage of the game where they have to pick that wicket early, not to allow the game to go up to the last ball. That will be really dangerous, really dangerous, and I don't want to see, as the captain or any batter, you don't want
Uganda won't mind the singles as long as they can cut off the boundaries. And very, very good stuff there from Bilal Hassan. If things keep going like this, Italy will have to do something. So Uganda, maybe for now, they're just going to make sure they get those dot balls to keep the pressure on the Italians, because they still need about 23 runs from as many as 16 balls. So whichever way, Italy can only win this game by runs. My shot from Riazat Alisha there, but it will go all the way. Riazat was interested for quite some time, but the ball has enough height and distance. Still on the ground, they are cutting a dejected look.
That was really beautiful to watch. And
the equation now 16 or 14 balls. Fortunate. A couple of overs ago, it looked like Uganda was going to pick up an easy win. But a very good fight back from the Italians, especially this tail. The tail is properly wagging. 16 from 14 balls.
now pressure is on the fielding side. Any boundary that is conceded, that's another pile of pressure.
Again, pitched up. Again, completely losing the ball. Lost his footing. Lost his footing at a crucial time. Brian Masawa, a man who really has a fault in the field. But they get 2 runs. It's now 14 from 11. 14 from 13 balls.
The runs and balls are almost becoming equal, and that when that happens, it's always in the favor of the batting team, and Uganda are really here down at the stage of the game. What do you have to do as a bowler? Those are the questions you have to ask yourself. Where should I bowl?
Goes up in the air and someone is interested in it. Pascal Murungi comes around and takes the catch, and that will bring an end to the proceedings.
That's very good. That is Pascal who finally takes the catch. The same person who had dropped the catch, and he turns out to repay his debt.
Yeah, Pascal Murungi takes a very good catch under pressure. Uganda finally can breathe a sigh of relief because the Italians were coming after them. The Uganda A side win by 13 runs. Very, very dicey contest here at the Serenity Oval. You can see that in your image. Beautiful cricket ground. The Serenity Cricket Oval here in Kamengo. And a very interesting encounter as well. Italy bundled out for 170. They failed to chase down 183 for 8 that was set by the Ugandans. But a very, very, very good game of had here at the Serenity Oval. The batting scorecard there for the Italians. The counter punch coming at the back end. Half century for Damit Kosala. And he had a very good partnership with Hasib Khan. 25 from 39 balls. That dragged the game all the way to the end. Those two came together when they were 88 for 89 for 9. But they've been able to make sure that Italy stays in the contest up to the 31st over. Italy bundled out for 170. The Uganda A side will win by 13 runs. The bowling scorecard 3 for 45 for Bilal Hassan, but the bowling partnership of Benjamin Baguma and Matthew Musinguzi threw a spanner in the works for the Italians. They picked up 2 for 16 for Joseph and 2 for 35 for Matthew Musinguzi, as the Ugandans were able to hold on in the end and win by 13 runs. Only 8 extras, very good discipline with the ball, but Uganda A side prevailing by 13 runs here at the Serenity Oval in Kamengo. A good game between the two sides. And that is a match summary for the game for you. Uganda winning. Uganda A side winning by 13 runs at the Serenity Oval in Kamengo.